and managed. We are glad to support this initiative by helping define evaluation criteria and participating in the assessment with a focus on real-world outcomes and usability. Let me close by briefly speaking about another initiative that we have taken under the CAGS initiative. It's called A4I, AI Innovation and Inclusion Initiative. It's a collaboration between Microsoft and IIIT Bangalore, and the charter is to translate and build cutting-edge AI technologies aimed at inclusion and then scale them up for at a population scale and be released as digital public goods for everybody's use. And one of the, there are many solutions that we are working on, but one of them which is very apt to be quoted here is the work we do with one of our NGO partners, Vision Empower, and that is creating AI solutions for blind children. It is not just plain accessibility. We are enabling them to become proficient in STEM education. And there is no content, there is content, there is hardly any content, there is no methodology which is mature enough, there is no pedagogy that is mature enough, and we are working together with the NGO partners and bringing AI into the whole mix so that a blind children not just is able to read, those are the basic things which are anyway required, but can hope to become a graduate and an engineer and be able to contribute from the STEM side of things. So we are getting good things, and hopefully if that succeeds next year, that case study will also be part of this case, this compendium version 2. Thanks a lot once again for having us here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Bringing together 18 deployed and scalable AI solutions, this casebook focuses on real-world impact of AI enabling inclusivity and accessibility. The featured use cases demonstrate tangible improvements in autonomy, participation, and quality of life for persons with limitations. I request our accessibility compendium partners and dignitaries on stage to kindly come on stage to join the dignitaries for launch of the casebook. After that, we will proceed with the keynote addressed by Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Joint Secretary of the EPWD. Could we play the video also? Thank you, dignitaries. I would now like to invite Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Joint Secretary, Department of Empowerment of People with Disabilities, Preliminary Specs.
Namaskar, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram, and to all the international dignitaries present over here, if any, a very warm greetings from my country, Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, this Department for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities was created in 2012. It is a very young department of Government of India, and it has got many units, out of which one is Alimco, and we have got about 10 to 12 other units which are dealing with one or the other aspects of persons with disabilities. So whatever I am going to say here in the context of accessibility shall be construed in the larger context of disability. Friends, on 13th of December 2006, the United Nations General Assembly, they adopted the United Nations Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And India became a signatory to this convention on 1st of October 2007. To give effect, to implement the status of being a signatory to this convention, Government of India, the Parliament of India, it enacted a masterpiece of legislation in the disability sector known as RPWD Act 2016. And the UNCRPD has got 8 general principles all of which are mentioned in the preamble to this RPWD Act. And out of these 8 general principles, 2 are accessibility and inclusion. So this conveys the weight which these 2 words carry, accessibility and inclusion. And one leads to other, and 2 are in that sense the 2 sides of the same coin. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to accessibility, the department has been dealing with accessibility in the built-up environment, that is buildings, the transport including the air transport, train transport and the road transport, and the accessibility in information and communication technology. Friends, artificial intelligence has a vast role to play in all these subdomains of accessibility. Nowadays we are having apps, we wish to have more apps, more softwares which at the face value of it are able to tell you which building is accessible or not, or which component of a given building is accessible or not, whether it is the tactile tiles or whether it is the slope of the ramp or it is the condition of the hand railing or whether it is the location and positioning of a Divyang toilet, etc., etc. The government of India's resolve to this effect is also reflected by a recent budget announcement by the Honorable Finance Minister on 1st of February, where the Honorable Minister was kind enough to launch one Divyang Sahara Yojana, where the scale of production of assistive devices was to be multiplied by a factor at least 10x times, maybe 100x times. This scheme is going to encourage research and development and integration of advanced and artificial intelligence enabled technologies. Like when I made a mention of RPWD Act, it is a right-based act, and although it's not a law class, but I am telling you the rights means right to diagnosis, right to rehabilitation, and right to assistive device. So here comes the role of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about inclusion, we are concerned about the education, employment, health, mobility, communication and independent living of our Divyang brothers and sisters. And artificial intelligence helps in each of these. When I said, you must be remembering when I said right to diagnosis, right to rehabilitation and right to assistive device. Friends, this RPWD Act of Government of India, as a result of vision of Honorable Prime Minister, it increased the number of disabilities from 7 to 21, and there are right now technologies developing and existing as a result of previous development, which are able to screen, which are able to give very early diagnosis of persons with disabilities who are suffering from one or the other disability, including at the very early stage of childhood. Examples are like we have computer vision for independent navigation, we have speech and language technology for real-time communication, we have got now adaptive learning tools for specific learning disability and neurodevelopmental disabilities. Technology, friends, may alone not suffice, so we need artificial intelligence which is able to, which can enable the universal design of learning also for the sake of education of persons with disabilities, a design of learning which is an educational framework for optimized teaching through flexible goals, methods, materials and assignments. I am happy to observe today that one of our unit, LMCO, that was a party to development of the casebook, the real world impact of AI in accessibility, along with the other partners like IIIT Bangalore, India Mission and Changing Foundation. We are right now finding the huge use of artificial intelligence in orthosis, where we are using some supporting equipment like splints for a person with disability having weaker limbs. Yeah, my secretary is there, and processes where we are able to develop artificial limbs by the use of technology, including artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a group of disabilities which is on the rise as we are moving ahead on the time scale. And these group of disabilities are known as neurodevelopmental disorders. It includes autism spectrum disorder. ऑटिज्म को हिंदी में बोलते हैं आत्मलीनता, बंदा अपने आप में ही मग्न है. अनदर इज अटेंशन डेफिसिट हाइपर एक्टिविटी डिसऑर्डर. ओके, अटेंशन डेफिसिट हाइपर एक्टिविटी डिसऑर्डर. So, like a very crude example, I can give that if you are not listening to me properly, if you are not paying attention to me, suddenly I start singing a song. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Okay, we have got intellectual disability, we have got specific learning disability. Somebody is weak in mathematics or English. Somebody reads 46 as 64 or does mistakes in spelling. We are right now having machine learning algorithms whereby we are able to analyze behavior patterns, speech profile, eye tracking, and facial expressions to give the early signs, to give the early diagnosis of a given disability. Indian initiatives including mobile applications are there where screening is accessible not only to the professionals but also to the parents and the healthcare workers in remote areas which are normally lacking the professionals. So that way artificial intelligence is not only leading to early diagnosis or early diagnosis, but it is also leading to effective intervention, effective delivery of the rehab services. That includes the personalized learning paths and structured therapeutic activities. We have got many of our national institutes, as I told, and IMCO is one of the part of one of the many components of the department. We have got various national institutes which are working day and night, day in and day out, with bodies like CDAC, where we are developing to AI tools where the videos of children are used to identify the atypical patterns. The result is that the age of diagnosis has come down from 4 to 5 years down to 18 to 24 months. So that way early intervention we are able to do during the most neuroplastic period of the brain. Similarly, our national institutes are also working with bodies like Daira EduTech for the cause of specific learning disability. With Jivisha, the product is one product is Jivisha for specific learning disability. We are also working with bodies like InfiHeal, where we are developing a platform for mental health diagnosis, including early diagnosis or real-time diagnosis of conditions like anxiety and depression. Our national institutes are they have also been able to develop a platform known as eSadhya, which is adaptable, accessible e-learning software for children with autism and mild cases of intellectual disability. Mild cases means the IQ is not that low. Okay, so and to wrap it up, I want to just place a word of caution that whenever we are developing a software or artificial intelligence tool, whether it is India or in any other country of the world, developed country or developing country, we need to be cautious about the socio-cultural milieu of that country. Number one, we need to be cautious about the ethical considerations like informed consent, and we also need to be cautious about data privacy. So before I leave the mic, I just want to say accessibility, as I told earlier, accessibility means सुगम्यता. तो I want to say that इस जहाँ को सुगम्य कर इतना कि हर बैरियर से पहले ये समावेशी समाज दिव्यांग से खुद पूछे कि भाई तुझे तो असिस्टेड डिवाइस की जरूरत ही नहीं है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to an end of the launch of 6 thematic AI impact compendiums. Before that, I would like to welcome Vidyavati ma'am, who is the Secretary of Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, for her presence today. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you again to all of our dignitaries, partners, authors and guests for gracing this occasion. I would also really like to acknowledge Manmohan ji, A.K. Pandey sir here, Aprajita from Changing Foundation, as well as Pankaj Dwivedi sir, Amit Prakash ji from IIITB, for all of their very valued contribution that they've been doing, behind the curtains. We sincerely appreciate the efforts and guidance of our partners in the development of these casebooks, and we invite you to really engage with these publications. Digital copies of these casebooks are now available online. We we request that all the authors who have been featured in these casebooks can collect their physical copies from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology after the India AI Impact Summit commences. We will not be distributing any physical copies right now. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude the launch of all the 6 casebooks on the real world impact of AI. Thank you. Just we have to give mementos to the dignitaries. Please stay back on the stage.
And we work with the ministry, 6 ministries यहाँ पर government में जाके. Actually, a lot of the states now want the Olympic are learning digital equality. जो आता है, उनके
and Information Technology, the Government of India, I welcome you all to the grand finale of UI Global Youth Challenge. We are honored to have with us Mr. Deepak Bagla, who is the Mission Director at the Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Anish John Paul, Program Lead at the Atal Innovation Mission, Ms. Ranjita Ghosh, Global Chief Marketing Officer at Wipro, Ms. Shraddha Sharma, CEO and Founder, Your Story, Ms. Kirtika Reddy, CEO, Optimize GEO and Founder, AIQnASession, and Mr. Jeet Wagh, Co-Founder, Ideabaz. I request all the jury members to please come on stage. So Shraddha ma'am will be coming in another 10 minutes. She's just wrapping up her previous session. Dr. Anish, I request you to please come. I would request our jury members to please step up for the group photograph, which will be a part of the memento of the AI Impact Summit. So she may take like 20-30 minutes. Should we do it towards the end? We can do that. It's a 3-hour session. Okay, we can do that. I will do it later. While we wait for Ms. Shraddha Sharma to join, I would also like to welcome all the other esteemed dignitaries, stakeholders, and students who have been a critical component of UI and have been working towards shaping the future of AI. Launched in October 2025 in partnership with NILIT and My Bharat, UI is one of the 3 flagship global impact challenges that have been launched in the series of the AI Impact Summit. This challenge invited youth innovators in the age group of 13 to 21 years old to submit their innovative AI solutions for empowering people and communities. We received over 2,400 submissions, and with the support of our partners at Intel India, as well as evaluation support from top industry experts, a rigorous multi-stage evaluation process was concluded. And today we have with us the top 20 finalist teams, including students from as far as United States, Thailand, and Indonesia. I would now like to invite Mr. Deepak Bagla, Mission Director at Atal Innovation Mission, to deliver the opening address.
Thank you, morning. This is the most exciting session of the day. And it's not about my keynote. It's about the people, what you will see and hear the ideas today. These are the ideas which are making India and making the world. So thank you everyone for being with us, and I really have to thank the entire judges who have taken time to be with us. I think Shraddha is going to be joining us shortly. But truly, just imagine, started in October, 2,500 plus applications and ideas. And frankly, to my mind, each one of them is a winner. We will actually be following up with all of them to see how we can work with them. There are certain aspects on which I think the jury will be looking at it. Keep me out, this is going to be the most difficult job today. But it's not just the 20 who will be today looked at in a different manner where the numbers are given out. But I think we would look to work with each one of you in this effort. And what we are now witnessing is a new beginning of a new world in many ways. And the makers of that new world are sitting in this room today and will be presenting to you. So I will be short. Today the day belongs to all of you. So we'll be waiting to see and learn from all the ideas which you're bringing to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational address. On that note, we would now proceed to the finale presentations without much ado. The 20 teams that will be presenting today have been organized in 6 panels of 3 to 4 teams per panel. These panels have been curated according to the themes of the solution, ranging from healthcare, assistive technology, to road safety. Each team will have only 5 minutes to present. Teams, please note, a buzzer will be played at the end of your 5-minute timeline. We request you to adhere to the timing guidelines. Exceeding time limits may attract penalties. I would now like to invite the first team of panel 1, UI 14258, to please come forward and make their presentation.
Audio is working, right? In the presentation. Yes.
Tech team, please can provide support.
Audio tech check would be really helpful.
It's here. It's not presenting. Okay, it's here.
Audio काम कर रहे हैं? हाँ, audio काम. Thank you. I can take the mic. Okay. I'll just speak like this. I can start. Okay. Hello everyone. I am Praneeth, founder of Paraspeak. Listen carefully. Okay. So the audio was only on the laptop in this case, or?
We'll wait, don't worry.
We'll wait.
Get it right.
Thank you.
Just fix this for him, please.
Thank you so much.
Can you put this mic closer to the speaker?
Understood.
Try it with that. Move the mic.
With this, the PPT has closed.
Just try it once or twice.
That's alright. I also brought some speakers in case that would be a problem.
There's no rush. Just relax.
अगला दवाई आ जाए. Did you understand? Anyone? Neither did I 1.5 years ago. Over 650 million people worldwide face voice and speech disorders caused by conditions like stroke, paralysis, Parkinson's, and more. I started with dysarthria and presbyphonia, conditions that remain largely underserved. The question is, can we enable a full range of communication for these people by converting their impaired speech into clear speech? Existing solutions are speaker dependent, English only, and inaccessible to those who need them most in both cost and form factor. Introducing Paraspeak, a pocket-sized device that can convert impaired speech into clear speech on a real-time basis. Remember the voice in the beginning? That person had dysarthria, a devastating motor speech disorder causing slurred speech. Let's hear what they were actually trying to say.
आपको मनपसंद रंग क्या?
It feels incredible to see someone so happy to hear their voice back in a way everyone can understand. So, how does it work? Press the button and speak. The speech is then processed by advanced cloud-based AI models. Building these models was a long journey, from collecting the largest database of Hindi dysarthric or slurred speech to creating a high-accuracy framework that works even with limited data. Then, clear speech is played back on a near real-time basis. This framework is patent pending and Paraspeak is trademark pending. But there's more. My goal is to scale Paraspeak across many kinds of voice and speech disorders. Here's another demo with the same tech. This time, a patient with presbyphonia, where the voice weakens with age.
आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं?
आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हो. Paraspeak is portable, affordable, India first, accessible and designed to improve quality of life. My journey started 1.5 years ago in grade 10 when I went to a care center and met people who could speak but could not be understood. Then I got to work that won both national and international science awards representing Team India supported by the government. Paraspeak made the national news soon after. In October, I was selected to present at IIT Delhi's Empower Assist-Tech Research Conference as the only high school researcher. And recently, Paraspeak was named the national winner of Samsung Solve for Tomorrow with a seed grant from Samsung as well as an incubation at FITT IIT Delhi. Paraspeak currently stands at Technology Readiness Level 7 with extensive demos completed. Now, we have already launched a larger data collection program and are currently developing a market-ready version of Paraspeak software and hardware. By mid to late 2026, a clinical trial for CDSCO certification and other regulatory approvals will begin, and by early 2027, devices are planned to reach the market. I'm on a mission, bringing Paraspeak to those who need it most. Revenue will come from device sales, rupees 2,000 per unit, plus a rupees 200 monthly subscription. Paraspeak can also power public communication counters and other assistive devices through an API so that they can also understand impaired speech commands. Institutions, including government ones, can sign multi-year install and support deals. All right. I have completed data collection and testing at 2 associated care centers, and I hold letters of interest from more institutions and neurologists, including over 100 people who signed up on the waitlist on my website. What Paraspeak needs is clinical partnerships, resources and funding, and a motivated team. I am ready to bring back the voice of those whose voice can't be understood. Let's embark on this journey together. Thank you.
For the entire panel, post 3 presentations. I now invite UI 9405 team to make the second presentation.
Is there a place to keep our laptops? Or no? I don't think there is.
I don't think there is. You need that? I'll just keep it here. I would need it for the presentation.
Ready? Keep connected.
Connected head. Yeah.
Yeah. Raghu? Ready? Okay.
We've all seen elevator buttons with these random dots at the bottom. We know it's Braille and we know it's used by the visually impaired to read and write. But the one question we ask is how do they read it? The same question my partner Mania and I have been asking each other is कि ये पढ़ते कैसे हैं? Because there's not enough teaching force present in India teaching the visually impaired Braille. This is India's biggest education and market gap that we notice and we are here to fill in. Judges, we are Wayv. Wayv stands for Wearable Assistive for Your Vision, and we bring learning Braille to simple gestures. We are the first and only ones in the entire wearable assistive in India, and we are the first and only ones in the entire global market segment of Bharti Braille. Over here, as you can see, Wayv is a pair of wearable gloves which has 6 flex sensors in total to mimic a traditional Braille cell. This is our past prototype, and our latest prototype is as shown here.
This is our latest prototype here.
This is our latest prototype. It's ready to market, and as you can see in the images here, the faces are blurred out for ethical reasons, but we are already testing with multiple blind institutes, not just in Delhi, but also in Kolkata, Lighthouse Kolkata and BRA DU. As you can see here, Wayv has 6 flex sensors to mimic a traditional Braille cell. And when I flex my finger, the voltage on these sensors fluctuates. This fluctuation is recognized as a gesture, which maps to my database of my alphabets. The database then moves to my website that teaches you entire Braille. As I mentioned, the biggest problem right now is the lack of teaching assets. For normal students, a teacher can use a lot of assets like YouTube video or other teaching assets. But for learning Braille, it's a lot more difficult. Of course, reading Braille is like so, but learning Braille requires a lot of one-to-one attention, which is not easy to pay for a class size of 30.
And that is why we built Wayv that takes over the entire learning process of Braille. Not just that, but it also scales to a corporate setting. Right now, we'll give a quick demo. I request one of the jury members to volunteer for the demo.
Yes, of course. Also, do I have to permission to blindfold you? Of course. That works. Okay. And what are we going to do? We are going to use...
As we prepare our esteemed jury member for the demo, I'd like to add that we have successfully filed our design and utility patent for India, and we are also building a Japanese Braille prototype with collaboration with the Japanese government for Japanese Braille. And this marks a significant landmark because we want to scale not just in India but overseas. Mani and I, we both come from a Middle Eastern background. She is from UAE and I'm from Bahrain. So we have a very solid network already built for Middle East. We are spread into the Southeast Asia starting with Japan, but our first motive is to start with India. And as Agrete mentioned, we are made for Bharat and we are made in Bharat. So our first point of action is to build into Bharati Braille. And right now our prototype features Hindi, Tamil and Malayalam for Bharati Braille. Right now we'll quickly show the demo here.
Yes. Trust. All you have to do is listen to the interface and just do what it says. Okay? Okay. So ma'am, the interface is going to talk to you. Okay? And you have to just listen to what it says. No problem. What about that? Okay, so now just keep it straight.
Can you just close it down?
Okay, I'm going to connect a device now.
Can you flip the Mania?
Yeah.
Can you show the screen to the people? Maybe keep it.
That will be possible after from the
Possible? Okay. Oh yeah, that's the demo, yeah? Okay, I'll just stop.
Please select your language. Say English or Hindi.
So our website features two modes in total. There's learning mode and practice mode. In learning mode, the user learns alphabets from A to Z and numbers from 1 to 100. For every incorrect input, my website says, hold on, you're not exactly wrong, but if you make these changes, you'll be absolutely correct. This is very crucial because we are building something very...
Finger 5 is your right middle finger. Finger 6 Introduction complete. Your input will only be recorded after the 2 trigger beeps. We'll start with learning mode for letters A through Z. For A, bold 1.
So,
Not that you've heard of me. Finger 3 fighters. I just want you to go ahead and hold that. Exactly. Yes, just make it.
Bold 1 and 2.
And
so
now go
you
ahead.
heard the vibrations, right? So now hold both of them together.
For C, bold 1 and 4.
Okay, let's see what happens if she does it wrong. So hold this only.
The time is over. But finish your demonstration.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when she did it wrong, when she did it wrong, if you will tell me that it's wrong, we're going to do it again. So let's say what the second mode is. Let's go to practice mode.
Switching to practice mode. Your word is cat. For C, bold 1 and 4.
Let it
Now just...
hold. Exactly.
So now we are showing a quick demo of our product. Here, Miss Reddy is trying it out, and you can see she's in practice mode. She's learning Braille right now, and we'll quickly show what the reports are if she needs some improvement in any of the finger mappings, which is very important for an instructor to know. The biggest gap in education right now is the teaching assets, which is what we cover. A supervisor or an instructor just needs to click a single button and we take over from there onwards. We teach, we give feedback, and the entire model is voice controlled. So you can give a voice command saying stop, start, or how am I doing? And it gives you a complete feedback of how you're doing and where exactly can you improve. Not just that, but it generates a complete comprehensive review of how you performed, where your mistakes lie, and where can you actually improve for the instructor to tell कि हाँ मेरे बच्चे को यहाँ पे दिक्कत हो रही है. This is the best feature so far for the teachers' perspective, and we received a very good response from the teachers around. The BRADU and the Lighthouse in Kolkata, they are very eager to use our product, and we are already receiving orders for them. And I think
Just to show the judges, we have also added a Hindi, so to add the Bharati. So there's learning and transfer.
when one sense is sabotaged, your other senses are enhanced. When your sense of vision is sabotaged, your sense of hearing, your sense of touch, and your ability of speech is enhanced. The same is utilized here as well. Your sense of hearing is utilized by adding a buzzer and an interface that talks to you constantly. Your sense of touch is utilized by adding a glove that gives you complete authority of control, and button vibrators that beep to nudge you using haptics. And lastly, your ability of speech is utilized by giving you a complete freedom of speech with the interface. You can speak in your mother tongue and it responds back to you. So this was Wayv. And we are happy to announce that we have already filed our patent successfully, and we are building a prototype in Japanese Braille as well. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, team. Enthusiasm. Please, we shall all try to stick to the timelines so that all the 20 teams have a fair chance to present. Jury members, our third team is UI 3536. Unfortunately, they're still stuck in the security process. So we'll be moving to the fourth team for the next presentation, which is UI 13788. Technical team, please play the fourth presentation. 13788.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon all. Myself Aniket Karkelikar, and this is my teammate Nikhil Hegde. Imagine a consultation with your doctor where doctor is focusing directly on your patient. He's chatting with you, he's talking to you, he's reasoning well, and not going through all the documents that you are presenting to him, looking for the information that is specific to you. It's not just about imagination, that's what Arogya AI literally enables. So before understanding how it really works, let's understand the problem and the gap that is there. Today, the clinical expertise in India is heavily concentrated in the metro cities. What remains in rural India is just a single doctor clinic where he has to manage everything from taking the notes to prescribing the medicines. But that creates multiple challenges. The doctor to ratio in the rural India is very high, and that gives us very less time for the doctor to talk with the patient. It's about 1 to 2 minutes. So what happens is doctor has to just react to whatever the patient is telling. And this problem cannot be really solved by adding more healthcare workers, because healthcare workers with time tend to move towards the tier 1 cities only for better pay and better lifestyle. So the only solution to this problem is how do we really empower the ones that are really on ground in the rural India. And to solve that thing, we are creating Arogya AI. But in this, India's digital public infrastructure, as well as the policies are very interesting, and they are very aligned at this time right now. India has built ABDM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which really has digitalized around 80 crore ABHA health IDs and digitalized 67 crores of health records. And with time, in 1 to 1.5 years, in states like Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, the adoption of these health records, digital ABHA, will be very high. But there is still a gap. There are solutions like AIQnASession, HeyDoc, which are really doing digitization of the documents. But the gap is, if we just digitize all those documents and dump it to them on the laptop, firstly, they don't tend to use new tools. And if we give them that in digital form instead of paper, there is no use. So there is a gap, there is a need of a system that can reason over all of this data and present to the doctor. And exactly that system is Arogya AI. During our discussions with the doctors, we noticed something really interesting. Specialist setups, there are juniors and assistants that are helping the doctors. So before even you enter the cabin of the patient, you have already gone through 2 to 3 cabin of juniors where you have been done the preliminary assessment and everything. And on paper, the specialist just sees whole case and the thing that is suggested by the juniors, he just revises some things and suggests them. Our vision with Arogya AI is that one doctor plus the system that we are building with Arogya AI should be really equivalent to the reasoning capacity of entire specialist setup. Let's just see that in action.
Before the consultation even begins, Arogya AI Before the consultation even begins, Arogya AI captures the patient's concern in natural language and structures it automatically, so the doctor's time is spent on decisions, not data collection. Within seconds, the doctor sees a clear clinical overview of the case. Every insight is backed by complete reasoning, evidence, and traceable sources. The doctor interacts naturally, asking questions, exploring context, and guiding the system. Prescriptions and investigations are generated instantly and delivered securely to the patient through ABDM.
At first, when we showed this idea to the doctors, they were really skeptical and they thought, will this really work? But after showing this UI demonstration, they were like, if implemented correctly, then this can really solve a lot of problems that they face every single day. So, Arogya is built on 3 primary pillars, that is ABDM native, SLMs and evidence-based RAG. So our system is already has ABDM integrations, and based on the consent of the patient, we plug in the data into our systems. We have specialized SLM models so that we can scale to across the country, also to the rural places of our country. So evidence-based RAG helps the system to answer based on the facts and not just on the base knowledge. So with Arogya AI, early diagnosis becomes the default, not a privilege. If preventable deaths become treatable conditions, because every doctor everywhere reasons with specialist clinical intelligence. Hence, we work for welfare for all, happiness for all. Thank you.
Thank you, teams. Jury members, we are open for the query.
I am from Maharashtra, Latur district.
Can you just please
Do you guys have a demo? Do you have a demo?
Yeah, we have the demonstration, but we avoided it because of the time constraint.
So we prepared
I would like to see that demo.
Yeah.
Jury members, we are open for queries. So for the 3 teams that have presented, in case there are any further questions to the teams, please feel free.
Testing, yeah. So one phenomenal, just phenomenal to see the clarity of both the problem identification as well as the innovation that you're applying. I guess my question is for me, starting with the first presentation, Paris. Paris Bay. So I guess 2 things. One is there was a little bit, I know you said it's real-time translation, but there was a bit of actually there was a time lag. I'm curious how you think about closing that time lag. That's 1. 2, what was the hardest challenge in solving the problem?
So for number 1, currently the AI server, which the model I built is running on my laptop as a server. So the hardware device communicates with my laptop, which then clarifies the speech and sends it back. But in a future deployment, and as most professional AI models are deployed, it will be put on the cloud. I've already tested it on AWS and Google Cloud. In both cases, the lag time has been reduced from around 5 seconds to 2 to 3 seconds. So once I deploy it over there finally, then even the device will be able to translate it pretty quickly. So the latency will be reduced. The second question. The hardest challenge I would say was, so the hardest challenge I would say came with the hardware. So when I went to the care centers and repeatedly tested my prototypes, the feedback I got from the patients again and again took me through all of my prototyping iterations. So I definitely spent a lot of time on that, trying to create it in a very accessible manner, so that patients, even if half their body is paralyzed, they can still use the device properly.
Thank you.
I have a question for 13788. Yeah. Just tell me about, while I understand that this is those, more equipped for doctors who are in remote areas, likely, right? That's the proposition that you've made. When they are transferring data back, what kind of associations do they have with urban centers? The interpretation of the data. So what are there any particular urban centers they're sending it back to? Are there any healthcare networks that you are trying to tap into? And what is the specific connection or understanding between them? Because what I'm really talking about is how do you bridge a connection gap, if at all one exists?
So ma'am, this specific question we don't need to tackle. Government of India by NHA has already tackled this problem. They have built a full open source digital highway for the data of medical records by ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission.
Okay.
So they are providing us the whole data, and whole data travels to their APIs to us. And it is based on the consent, like how we do in DigiYatra or DigiLocker, 7 days we get the access of the data. Same way it will be implemented in this system. And when pushing back to the patient, it goes back to again the ABDM, where it is logged into patient's ABDM account. And if he even goes to chains like Apollo, if Apollo is registered with ABDM, they can access that data. And if a primary clinic is there, they can also access the same data that is pushed by Apollo to the ABDM. But it depends that if Apollo will give that data or not, that's a different thing.
Okay. And this also should ensure patient privacy.
Yeah, for patient privacy, ABDM has already done something like redactions in name and all. What you get is just the primary pointers like A's, and it's like same like a case study, a textbook case study that we will get. The AI will process it via SLM locally only. So what we are planning is using frameworks like Air LLM and all those things. It can be done on device like this if government provides a good type of infrastructure in the hospitals, that government hospitals. It can really be deployed fully locally, so data never comes to us only.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And great presentation. All of you, all the three. Thank you.
Hi, I had one question for Paraspeak. What is how varied and deep your data set is right now, what you're training it on, and how accurate is it right now?
So currently, over the past year, what I've been able to personally collect is about 45 minutes of data from 28 patients. And these patients have varied conditions, from Parkinson's to paralysis to CP, congenital disorders and more. The in silico accuracy rate of my model is about 96.7%. I also conducted a real life pilot test with around 11 patients. And the accuracy in that pilot test varied between 80 to 95% depending on how severe their speech disorder is. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have the exact same question for the second, 9405. On the accuracy.
Who? Raise your hand, please. Who wants to speak?
Could you repeat the question once?
Yeah, no, it's the same question about the accuracy of the model.
Yes. So we tested with around more than 120 students, not just in Delhi, but also in Kolkata, and we recorded above 80% of detention rates compared to traditional Braille using Braille devices. Our accuracy right now stands at a 97.3%-ish, because the sensors which we use are very cumbersome. If we buy high-grade sensors, it's definitely improvable. But right now, the biggest bottleneck we are facing is the funding. So any funding we get from here will be directly supplied into the supply chain and production level, production.
And do you think about like monetization, or like how is it that you want to take it to market?
Yes, definitely. So currently our competitions are the traditional Braille keyboards, which have 6 prongs in total, like a traditional Braille cell, and they start from 45,000 onwards, and you can search it up. Our product right here, it costs us 9,700, and if I build it in bulk, I can create it within 7,200 to the dot. So it's a landslide price. You compare it with 45,000 to 7.2K. It's a landslide price, and we really believe we can scale over there. There's a huge gap in wearable haptics, and we are fixing that.
Thank you.
Jury members, if we have your permission, we can move to the next panel. I'll also request, for the ease of logistics, that the students who are presenting and are applicable for the query round, please come forward at the time of jury questions. We move to UI 10036, presentation number 5.
Hello.
I would also like to thank Deepak sir for his valuable time and for sitting through the first panel of presentations. So is unfortunately tied to another panel, but we have Dr. Anish with us, who will be representing the Atal Innovation Mission. Yes. Photography team, can we request for a group picture, please? Dr. Anish, please.
Shall you join us? Join us for the picture.
That's you. Be lenient.
Yeah, you should have some. So sorry for this.
They're doing such a nice job. And my
It's better to have the jury together.
There's no gap.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Let me begin. There are about 910 million population in India living in rural areas, out of which 65% of the people have lack of access towards the healthcare. These people faces shortage of specialists, and so they need to travel long distance, and also they need to sacrifice their daily wages. And also they don't have proper awareness about which doctor to consult and whether the doctor will be available at the location or not. In order to provide this information, several telemedicine platforms has been introduced, but it doesn't adopted among the rural areas. And this is the exact problem we are trying to solve with our solution. Medicare is a voice-enabled AI-powered telemedicine infrastructure platform. For this, you don't need to install any apps, or you don't need to open any website. You just need a basic feature phone. From that, you can able to call our agent, and our agent will perform an AI triage and gives awareness about whether the patient needs a doctor consultation or not, and also it says which doctor to consult, and it also calculates an urgency score. Based upon it, the doctor can able to easily prioritize the patient with high medical emergency, and also it books an appointment for the patient in the nearby location. Let us see how our solution works. First of all, the patient needs to visit the nearby public healthcare centers or pharmacies to make a call to our toll-free number. From there, our voice interactions are captured from Twilio and Fast API WebSockets, and those audio streams are sent to text-to-speech speech-to-text transcription, and those transcription are sent to our manager agent, which is powered by LangGraph, which orchestrates symptom analysis agent and booking agent. The symptom analysis agent works like it first extracts the symptoms from the user query using name entity recognition, which is done by bioclinical BERT, and from that symptoms, a semantic search is made into our vector database to ask relevant symptoms as a questions, and based on these questions are repeated. These questions are asked until and confidence in the urgency score is reached. Once the urgency score is calculated properly, the queries are redirected to the booking agent, and our booking agent will easily segregate the users whether they are having a life-threatening situation. If they are having life-threatening situation, their queries are handled to the ambulance, and for not life-threatening situation, it is handled in a smart priority queue, in which the patients are arranged in the order of their medical severity. And then for booking, based upon the agent will ask a PIN code from the user, and based upon the PIN code, it fetches the nearby hospitals and it tells the patient, and from that the patient can able to easily book the appointment. We used MCP servers so that we can able to easily scale new tools into our infrastructure.
Let me explain the implementation plan of our solution. For pilot deployment, we chose semi-urban area with 10,000 users. Our estimation cost is around 40 to 45,000 per month. In rural area, our expected revenue streams are governmental partnerships, CSR fundings, and hospital subscriptions. In rural areas, multilinguality provide a major impact. For providing that multilinguality call, it costs us around 2 rupees per minute. We assume that every patient will speak 3 to 5 minutes in that call, making it highly affordable. While expanding it across villages, we store the patient's conversation with their concerns, and we fine-tune our model to make it more accurate. We designed our architecture to handle multiple calls concurrently. Let me show you a quick demo.
You can remove the message.
Hi, I would like to book an appointment with the doctor.
Please provide your 6-digit PIN code.
612004.
Please select a hospital ID 1, Fortis Healthcare 2, Apollo Hospitals.
1.
What date would you like to book for?
Today.
To confirm booking for hospital 1 on 2026-02-16, say yes.
Yes.
Appointment booked successfully. Dr. Sanjay, give the date 2026-02-16 token now. To appointment item, C46-10400-5B-B3C.
As we can see that the patient can able to easily book the appointment, and it is reflected into the doctor dashboard. Thank you.
Tech team, I'd request for mic access on the podium. Thank you, Aniket. Jury members, we now move to the next presentation, UI 23266. This is our young team from Thailand.
Right, so first of all, I would...
You can use the clicker and look left to right. You don't touch the screen. Sure. This is your presentation, right?
Yep. Happening.
How do you feel if your loved one was diagnosed with cervical cancer, a completely preventable disease? It's so sad that globally, over 300,000 women die each year. Why? Because women must wait up to 6 months, causing late prevention, leading to cancer and death. Yes, because cancer never waits. Cytoscanzi is the first innovation that protects your mother, sister, and loved ones from cervical cancer.
That was a short video of the summary of our problem and solution. Right, so we tested our system at 2 cancer centers in Thailand, which works in 3 simple steps. First of all, a psychologist inserts a slide into a which our Sigma eyepiece takes a picture of all the cells in the slide and uploads them into the website for another psychologist and the AI to do the analysis. Now, if the results are normal, the process ends immediately. Here is a video of us interviewing a negative patient. Now, if the case is abnormal, the case will be forwarded to a pathologist who then completes the diagnosis. Right, so as you can see here, our system has already completed the diagnosis, but the old system, the case still hasn't reached the first cytologist yet. From 6 months of waiting, women can receive the results in 1 day, which means they can have a chance to start treatment immediately. Right, so Cytoscanzi is fully scalable to over 162 countries because it uses an international data set. And we have also tested our system at 2 cancer centers in Thailand, and our workflow aligns with the WHO's goals and standards. Right now, our system has been copyrighted and patented, and has received support from both government institutions and businesses. And next, we plan to scale our system to be able to diagnose HPV-related cancers other than cervical cancer. And we also have a business plan that was created by discussing with the Northern Cancer Center in Thailand in order to reach 162 countries. And here is a video that shows our full expansion plan. First, we went to the Northern Cancer Center in Thailand to test and deploy our system. Next, we went to the Southern Cancer Center and tested our system there. Then we would plan to expand our system to 5 more cancer centers and the National Cancer Institute in Thailand to protect 4 million lives. And finally, we will expand to 160 countries to protect 1.4 billion lives all around the world. Cytoscanzi can reduce the waiting time for cervical cancer from 6 months to just 1 day, and reduces the cost of equipment by 5,000 times, making it accessible to most countries. And next, we will create the first cervical cancer data center to increase our AI's accuracy and teach future specialists. And Cytoscanzi is environmentally sustainable because it is able to reduce transportation, and is socially sustainable because it can be used in all local hospitals. Finally, Cytoscanzi aligns with the WHO's policies and is supported by government institutions, making it easily scalable.
And next is our demonstration. As you can see, this is our Sigma eyepiece, the automated microscope, by just add 3 pieces into the standard microscope that worldwide are using right now. Now, the standard microscope will turn to $1 million slide scanners. As you can see, we have two functions. First, the autofocus. Our algorithm will automatically focus. It will analyze the image, and now it will send the signal to the motors. And next is capture. By just 1 click, our Sigma eyepiece will automatically capture all the entire slice.
our algorithms. It will capture for more than 360,000 images. And all the images will be sent into our web application. And here is our web application. As you can see, we can now upload the file, analyze it, and then the specialist can now easily diagnose it. That's it for our. Thank you.
Thank you, team. I'll request. Our next presentation is UI 22634. He's a 14-year-old young student from the United States, and he wasn't able to travel due to his midterm exams, so he has sent a pre-recorded presentation for the jury. Video team, please play presentation 7.
Hello, I'm Bharat Mandapam. I'm 15 years old and I'm an entrepreneur here in Dallas, Texas. I'll start off with a little introduction about myself. I'm 15 years old and I'm currently in my first year engineering at the UT Dallas, where I was the youngest student ever admitted at just 14 years old. So I currently run a startup known as Circadian AI, where we use cardiovascular oscillation to detect diseases early. Essentially, just by placing your phone on your heart, in 7 seconds we can detect over 40 types of cardiovascular abnormalities. As we all know, cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death globally, accounting for 1/3 of all deaths, many of which could have been prevented if they were detected early. So what we do is we're essentially bridging that gap in identifying cardiovascular abnormalities efficiently and effectively by using a simple heart screening app. So we've recently conducted clinical trials on about 3,500 patients in government hospitals in Andhra Pradesh, GGH Guntur, GGH Vijayawada, and also GGH Paderu. And we did a double-blinded study where patients were randomly sent in who were high risk, who were normal patients, healthy patients, and also patients who were previously diagnosed with cardiovascular abnormalities. And we screened them all. Whoever was flagged as abnormal were immediately sent for a protocol designed by the Department of Medical Education, where they were sent for ECG, 2D echo, and then also cardiologist review. And also a random sample of healthy patients also went through the same protocol to evaluate the efficacy and the accuracy of the tool efficiently. So this led to us understanding how impactful this would be in low resource environments and also in extremely high volume environments. So in our testing, we found that this tool would be extremely useful in doing it in primary healthcare centers or providing it to nurses in government hospitals or in high volume settings, because just in 7 seconds using an iPhone we can detect various types of cardiovascular abnormalities. So this tool is incredibly scalable in what it is, because it's just a software that's running on an iPhone, and the only technology that it needs to run is an iPhone itself and the microphone on an iPhone. So it's incredibly scalable, and it's incredibly useful in being able to identify cardiovascular abnormalities early, which is what we're really trying to do here at Circadian AI. So here's a quick demo of the app on an iPhone. So all you do is you take it and you place it on your chest like this, and then you record it for 7 seconds. Perfect, and it's just given an audio recording that you'll be able to hear. Like that, of the heartbeat sound. And then you click the analyze button, and then it'll give the result, in this case, healthy heart. Finally, I wanted to thank you for your time and consideration of Circadian AI. We're building the future of heart health technology, one heartbeat at a time. Before I end off my presentation, I wanted to give my sincere thankfulness for the jury and their consideration of Circadian AI. I wanted to apologize for not being able to be there in New Delhi right now today, presenting live in front of you. Unfortunately, because I am in college at just 15 years old, it does come with its own unique constraints and challenges. Currently, I am in the process of studying and doing my midterm exams in my college, so it becomes a little bit difficult to travel to New Delhi at this time. However, I am very happy that I've had an opportunity to participate in this challenge, and I hope to bring Circadian AI into the use case of innovations and integrations in hospitals, primary healthcare centers around the globe. Thank you.
Jury members, we have UI 3536. Rishi. Is team 3536 in the hall? Are you ready to present, or would you like to present later? Okay, no worries. Jury members, we are open for Q&A round for the teams that have presented so far. 10036, 23266. Siddharth unfortunately won't be available for the Q&A round. The teams are here.
Okay, I can go first. So for the team that was doing the Cytoscan, I guess my big question that I did not really understand through your presentation is, what is your innovation, right? Like, what are you doing differently than others in the space?
So basically we have a completely full system, while other commercial scanners or alternatives, they just merely scan slides. But for us, we have a system from image collection and cell imaging to AI analysis and sending it and transportation. Right. So yes.
What prevents the others who are in the space and already solving it from doing the same thing that you are doing?
With our AI, so normal AI that globally worldwide are using it right now. So they are just put data set in the AI, and the AI.
Right. So the images are just inputted into the AI, and it just analyzes. That's all. But for us, we have multiple. We use a multi-model AI system, which has like an entire process through in its analysis. First, it does some object detections and then crops out the individual cells, and then it's segmented by a unit segmentation model, and then the pixels in each organelle are counted and are calculated in a mathematical formula, which that formula is what we use to classify the abnormalities.
Thank you.
So I have a question to this 10036. You're here, okay. So the question is, so who are your target, these customers or beneficiaries? And do you think how feasible is it for the rural people to adopt this technology?
Yes. Sir, this is for actually rural patients. And rural patients, I have brought up in rural areas. So I saw many rural people can't able to access the modern platforms. So my idea is to, using their tech itself, what are the technology they are using, from to it we are bridging into modern infrastructure, so that they can able to easily access our services through mobile phone.
But the question is, how do you think is it feasible for them to adopt this technology?
They just need to call, and our agent will take care of their queries, and they can able to it's like a communication with a health worker, like that only.
Okay.
Are there any language barriers you're anticipating?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we have created for English only, and also we are adopting for multilingual support, so that the rural patient can able to easily access.
So basically, see, when we talk about rural India and we talk about reach in rural India, we are talking about a massive country, many dialects, many languages, right? So that's an added complexity in this. So keeping that in mind, if I were to compare it with, let's say Manipal Hospital, they use an app for booking. It's a very simple app. All you need is you download the app and they ask for an OTP, you do that, that's about it, and you choose the doctor that you want to meet. So the question is, would that interactivity be easier or would this be easier? Both might come with their challenges, but at this point in time, which interactivity would be easier?
That would be better if they have smartphones, but in several rural areas they don't have smartphone and internet access. So that using our platform, they can able to easily call and book their appointments, so that many people can able to avail the medical services.
Got that. But your language consideration still remains,
Yes.
and
So
that's the
for-
scalability aspect that you need to think about.
So for that, while we are scaling, we will store the conversation of the patient with their consent, and we will retrain the speech to text and text to speech models, so that the language and dialects will scale while we expand across villages.
Sure. Thank you.
My question was the same about data privacy. When you're speaking to someone on the phone, taking their information, their data, how do you think you can mitigate that risk, because data privacy laws are being stricter and stricter now as we go ahead?
So, can you repeat the question, please?
So when you're taking patient's data, so when they are telling you what symptoms they have, you are basically mediating an appointment for them as well. So you're taking their data as well. Like you said, you will actually store the data and try to learn on that data as well. How do you then actually comply with the data privacy for the patients as well?
So first of all, we will be isolating each user's conversation, and also we are storing with their consent, but we don't store their personal details like their name, ages or phone number. We will be allocating a stream ID. For each call there will be an ID, and for that ID those conversations will be recorded, so that those data won't be explicitly given to anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, jury members. Thank you, team. We now move to third panel for the day. It's the 8th presentation, UI 22861.
Hi judges, do you ever hear about malaria? Malaria is a disease that kills one life every 50 seconds. Why? Why can't we eliminate malaria yet? It's a question in my head. The problem because one, right now we always react instead of prevent. Example, NASA system, they're using statistic data that not real time. With the big scale of province scale, that make the system of preventing is not accurate and cannot use in the real field. That's why the world needs MalariaX, the first ever forecasting. That is solution one, that forecasts malaria before the epidemic. And two, the problem of right now, because in rural area, we have only these two, RDT, rapid test kit, that can only access the rural area. But the problem is, malaria is the disease that have different of species, over 5 species. And all 5 species have a difference of treatment. So that's why the positive or negative result, it's not have any meaning in there. So that's why we have to create the first portable microscope with diagnosis AI. X-scope rapid site 2 with MalariaX will change and break through this. And this is the video of our innovation solution. The audio sound, please. Audio. So this is the video showing our system using in the real place. No, this one. Yes, this.
Techie?
Okay. The sound of video.
Of this video.
Yes.
Play the video on the slide.
MalariaX.
Okay, so this video will talk about the MalariaX, our system that already used and deployed in the real field test. Right now in the video, I will show that. Yes, our MalariaX system is we have three parts. Before, we predict the risk area that will outbreak in our website there. And after that, when you know that outbreak took place, we will go into the field in just 2 hours. And during we getting into the field test, into the field, rural area, we will use our Xcode rapid site or our system to diagnose malaria and give a patient correct treatment. And after that, this is the patient that using all our system. And next, right now, we already scalability around three centers in Thailand. First, at the Northern Disease Control Center in Chiang Mai, we deploy Xcode rapid site in Mala site. And next, 2 weeks, we go to Thar province, Thailand, to test all our system there. And after that, we go to the southern part of Thailand to diagnose and test our system with a special case of malaria there. So that's why right now we already deployed to around 10 centers in Thailand. In 3 months, we already take care about 260 cases of patients. And for sustainable, MalariaX, it's not just the best innovation, because MalariaX no need to use experts or the specialists, because all our system can use by just normal people like you. All of you guys can use our system by just training in 1 day. You can be like specialists in the rural area. That's why people in the rural area can get the correct treatment and like having the experts in their place and can access all of the gold standard treatment. And next is our demonstrator. I will show you our website of using our MalariaX system. In this, you will see that this is the screen of our officers' centers. Hey, we'll see. The first step, scenario 1. When the place in the map have the outbreaks, it will alert to the system. When it alerts, it will show the screen that how to adjust at that place. Because our simulations will recommend how to adjust the place outbreak if you click scenario 1. If you click the adjust outbreak and it's not working, they will recommend another adjust way for the best method to prevent malaria before the outbreaks, epidemic, right? And next is our demonstration of MalariaX.
And I'm proud to present the Xcode rapid microscope. And this can be used in 3 systems. Step 1, we have to use the Xcode to calculate every time. The AI MalariaX can be analyzed. Immediately. And finally, MalariaX don't leave someone behind. We detect to protect zero malaria. Start now.
Thank you.
Can I just get one question?
Expert.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for your enthusiastic presentation. We move to the 9th presentation for the day, UI 13482. Jury members, this is UI 13482.
Good afternoon, judges. My name is Chiroshri and I am the co-founder of Voxid, which is basically voice-based observation using explainable AI for dysarthria. At first, let's understand what is dysarthria. Dysarthria is basically a neurological speech disorder which is caused when the important parts of brain such as motor cortex, cerebellum and the brain stem got damaged. As a result, the speech muscles becomes very weak and the speech become very slurred and the people are unable to talk. Then it is not only a neurological speech disorder but also an early sign for serious diseases such as stroke and Parkinson's disease, which can cause a lifetime burden for a person. If you see the worldwide dysarthria affected rate in the world, it is about 0.1 to 0.5% of the total population, and in India it is about 0.5 to 0.6%. The long-term effects of dysarthria can be permanent speech loss and the swelling effects and can cause a lifelong medical burden for a person. The main problem of the dysarthria detection is the early detection. It cannot be early detected because the early symptoms of dysarthria is very much unclear and unnoticed, is very much subtle. The people cannot understand they are suffering from dysarthria, and mainly the rural people can't get access to the costly tools and the specialist help. As a result, they remain undiagnosed or get diagnosed at the very large stage when they are unable to cure themselves. So we are building an easily accessible, affordable AI-powered screening tool for dysarthria detection. At first, let's understand then what is Voxid. Voxid is basically an AI-powered screening tool that enables early detection of dysarthria by analyzing the speech patterns and generating an explainable report, medical report within seconds. At first, we have trained our model using 2,000 open source voice samples, among which 500 male dysarthic and 500 male non-dysarthic, same for female 500 male dysarthic and non-dysarthic. Then we have sampled the voice at 16 kilohertz in order to extract the important features such as MFCC, ZCR, zero crossing rate, and the delta and delta 2 in order to extract the most important features that are responsible for dysarthria. Then we have passed it to the CNN model in order to analyze and predict the speech patterns. Then the most important innovative part of our project is that we are not just predicting, we also explaining for which features it is dysarthic, and we also showing the feature level analysis. That's why the model is predicting it dysarthic. And our model accuracy is about 94% or above and with low latency. And this is our software design we have made. This is a very working model where the user can log in themselves and then they can record or upload a short voice sample. Then the voice will be analyzed and the result will be shown. If it is dysarthic or normal, then our automatic PDF generation report option will be there, which will tell them for which reason it is dysarthic, or if it is normal then okay, and if it is dysarthic then it will tell them for which reason it is dysarthic and what precautions they should take. At first, the real and the market impact of our project is that we are aiming to collaborate with the hospitals, old age homes for the early and the regular screening of the person. Then the user can screen themselves through their mobile phones from anywhere throughout the world. And the people, we can also use this in NGO and health plans for the early screening. And the most important focus of our project is the rural people. Rural people can't get access to the costly tools and the specialist help. As a result, we are focusing on them and want to build, our main support is the Ayushman Bharat, which mainly focuses on the development of the rural people healthcare. So we are aiming to affordable hardware which will be available at the rural diagnostic centers for their easy and affordable screening. People can usually go there at an affordable rate. They can screen themselves and understand whether they are dysarthic or not. If they are dysarthic, then they can perform further screening and go to the cities for the further help. And the most important thing, the rural people cannot give doctor visit every time. It is very much expensive. So they let the omit the suspicious. As a result, they cure themselves at a very large scale where it is not at all curable. And we also building an smart reference system. If a person is detected dysarthic, then the app will suggest them at what they should do and what hospital they should visit and what specialist help they should take. our business model is B2B. We want to collaborate with the NGOs, hospitals and the rural development program for the development of the rural people. We also aiming for the multimedia activity which is not available in India, and our project is different from the other projects because it is very much affordable and early screening detection is done and the people can easily access themselves through their phone also. We also tells that Voxid doesn't replace doctors, it helps the people to reach doctors at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, team. We now move to the 10th presentation for the day, UI 21582.
Yeah.
Oh, is that okay?
Okay, I will start with สวัสดีจ้าเจ้านายจ๋า Okay, first, so okay, never mind that. So in our world, there will be one disease that everybody and everyone should care about. It is about Alzheimer. So imagine you wake up one day, but your grandfather, your father, your mother forgotten you. This is not because they stop loving you, but because of Alzheimer disease. And you know what? Alzheimer disease already killed 1.8 million people a year. That's a big number. And this comes with three major problems. One is Alzheimer disease will be 139 million people by 2015. And two, lack of doctor. One specialist has to carry about 375 patients. And three, for diagnosis and treatment, it's cost over 100,000 US dollar. So Alzheimer has different states and each state needs different treatment. So as you can see, in early stage, Alzheimer didn't show up and can be seen. So Index created the first ever AI model to convert video to screening. And in the first stage and to middle stage, Index created the first ever Sonolescent therapy VR headset that you can buy it a bit under 50 US dollar, and that's simulate the VR that help you. And in last step, you gonna be die absolutely. So we want you to have the happy memory before you die. So what makes your Index unique? So Index is in all-in-one solution, can be prevent, treatment, and also screening. And this can be solved that it can be accessed anywhere in the world. And two, it has personalized AI. And three, it's only 50 US dollar or 2,000% cheaper. So what made this feasibility? So we didn't change how doctors work, but we implement them, make them work easily. And you can see that we also implement Open Cloud, the new thing that just come out like 2 weeks ago. Then we also have a copyright. Let me bring it up. So here is our copyright, and also we do it under human ethical, and also we in the clinic usage with real user. So how do we distribute this? So first of all, the main target of my project is doctor and partner. So they will get sharing profit from their putting in clinic or nursery home. And then in the secondary target is the Department of Health. So they will distribute in hospital in Thailand. So we using Kovu and past clinic playbook. So we will pilot in one to two pilot clinic, and then if that work, if that strategy work, we will implement it into other client clinic. And we will do it in 3 phases. So in phase 1, we will validate it first, then test it with some small target group, and then we will globally scale it. And what makes it scalable? So we have two layers of architecture. So one is auto load balance, so it can handle 10,000 people, and two, data layer, all data are encrypted and we all private. And three, we using all third-party platforms, so anyone can access it. So this is architecture. So when somebody, some patient have do it, and then we will get more user. More user mean more data. More data mean more accuracy. So more accuracy, then there will be more user again, and we get our ecosystem and community. Okay, now how we win. This is my 4 win. So first of all, customer will get all-in-one platform with a cheaper price at only $50. And two, hospital will get customer from us, and then they will get the sharing profit when they bring their customer to us. And three, government will reduce financial burn, reduce debt rate, and increase quality of life in the country. And lastly, index will get more users and also more money. So here's demo. So this is the demo of screening to video to screening. So I upload the video of footage. This is about 5 minutes, and this will analyze as the video and show that what part of the video are dangerous and have a risk of Alzheimer. This accurate 97%. And another one is this VR. This will also generate a map and a world for Alzheimer patient individually. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, teams. Judges, we are open for queries for UI 2361, 13482, and 2582. The teams are seated on the right.
Yeah, I have a question to this 13482. Okay, so you have developed the technology, right? So how accurate is it, and how do you validate that accuracy?
So we have tested it with many peoples, and since we are students, we have tested among many friends, among around 100 people. We have tested with their voice, and since we don't have any dysarthric people, we are uploading our dysarthric voice, and if you are recording a normal voice, it is showing normal, and with a confidence score is also showing.
So you haven't tested with the real affected people, or?
No, so we have tested it with the open source voices we have downloaded, which are available easily from some hospital websites, or which are easily available. We have tested with that only.
Okay, fine.
My comment would be Paraspeak and Voxid should possibly collaborate to build on this further. That's my comment. But thank you. I really like the problem statement that both of you took up.
And thank you to all the 3 teams who presented.
Teams, we'll be taking a 5-minute break with the jury members, and then we'll be back again for the 11th presentation. Thank you. I'll request all the guests who are keen to see more student presentations to stay in the room, and please be back in the next 5 minutes.
Oh my God, this is going to be a hard Time after the event, I just want to talk with you.
I tried to run to another event, but catch me up on LinkedIn or something.
I'm on class 11. I'm making an AI startup, but I don't have the time at that time to register in this. I'm not public welfare startup. I'm trying to make an AI startup on automation business on online and marketing terms. And we are trying to build our custom algorithm and agents for it. And it's B2B type, not public welfare or B2G. It's B2B.
For which area, which segment?
Online and marketing and automation.
Marketing?
Yep.
I'd be curious to hear what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. We are of your guidance and the investment. We are on MVP level.
Send me LinkedIn connect and
Okay.
yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you. All the very best.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
I am in class 11. I'm from Amroha.
Amdo.
Near Muradabad.
Near?
Near Muradabad.
Keep building.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah. हाँ, दे दो. हाँ, हाँ. I don't have a car.
Okay, sir.
क्या करूँ? मैम
Okay, I'm sorry. I will.
come. Yeah. Come. Yeah. So, Are you together?
Yes,
Send me your deck. On the product itself or the pitch? So I guess you are solving a big problem, and so on the pitch itself, I think we are just covering some of the questions around like the cost advantage that is here outside, because that's really important. The time to give the and maybe for the demo, given that it's one I really enjoyed giving, maybe just given for time, maybe you've done already. Might be something to consider.
finish, I send you, I'm sending the pitch deck to you. Thank you. Really.
Start at 2:50 if that's okay.
Hello everyone. I request all of you to settle down. We'll begin with the 11th presentation for the day and moving on to the second half of this finale. We have UI 3858. Technical team, please play presentation number 11. This is your clicker. Which slides?
We can operate it from this as well.
Which number? 3858.
Can we start? Greetings to the arena and dear judges. So we would like to start our presentation with a small video.
I'm in the corner of Ram Powell and Master.
So the problem that we saw that according to a WHO survey, around 1.3 million annual road accident deaths occur, and a whopping 20 to 50 million people are injured or disabled each year somewhat, and the risk increases at night and with bad weather. So this is the statistical data published by MORTH, so which shows that around 30 to 35% of these are actually occurring at the T-bone and curves. So many factors are contributing to this. So why exactly are T-bones and curves accidents so dangerous? Well, because blind turns have zero visibility for both the cars that are coming, as you can see in this image. And the car that is coming from one side is not able to predict the position of the another car that is coming, and what usually happens, they collide into each other, which can be fatal as well. So these are the perspective of the individual cars. So to tackle all these problems, presenting a solution, Safe Path AI, where artificial intelligence means the road for safer intersections.
So, Safe Path AI, as you can see, this is Safe Path AI. Safe Path AI contains two display panels, each having three LED strips, like red, yellow and green, and a camera facing each road. So now I want you to imagine a scenario of a crossroad having a blind turn, like that. Like here, Safe Path AI will be placed like that on the blind curve. So there is a car coming from this road and there is a car coming from this road. Each camera will be facing each car. So this camera will detect the speed of the car passing out from this road, and according to the speed, it will turn the opposite panel's LED, which would be green, yellow, red, on or off. Like if the speed of this car coming from this road is very high, then it would turn red LED on the opposite perpendicular panel, and if the speed is like safe speed, like below 10, which is not a dangerous speed, then it would turn green LED. So to alert the other driver from the other perpendicular approaching turn, like the visual representation. So now let me show you how it would work. So this is a demo representation of the view of the camera. So as you can see, our model is detecting the car. Like this is as you can see, the speed is detected 9.2 km per hour, which is not a fatal speed, like it's a safe speed. Like so, it is turning green LED. But in the different scenario, So as you can see, the speed of the car is 17.3 km per hour. So which is moderately dangerous speed. Like so, to alert the other driver, the Safe Path AI has glowed yellow LED. So to alert the driver. So now a more worst case. Now you can see the speed of the car detected is 40 km per hour. So it has turned the red LED. So this will alert the drivers, like you can see. The speed has been constantly detected using our yellow model of speed detection, and it's like currently. So now let me show you a very more important feature. Like in the worst scenario, like even after Safe Path AI, a collision did happen. Like maybe the driver was drunk or something at this scenario. Then Safe Path has a feature like it can just a minute. It can detect the collision. Like you can see the hitboxes have been tracking of the both cars, and it can detect the collision and both LEDs will be glowed. So now that collision will be detected and the nearby authority will also be informed. So this is how Safe Path AI will prevent both T-bone accident, and in case of if any T-bone accident happen, then also it's a very problem-solving thing.
So our accuracy of the model was 98%, and in case we might get confused with concave mirrors, Safe Path AI actually gives active warning. It is effective in almost all weather condition. It uses night vision camera and gives collision alert beforehand only. So we have tested it under multiple conditions at night and in rainy weather in our city itself only, and so
our future expansion also includes integrating it with upcoming AI cars, so such that we are calling it infrastructure to vehicle communications, such that the AI cars will not only depend upon their inbuilt sensors, but what will happen, they will be able to communicate with safe pathways, such that in case there is traffic ahead or whatever is the condition, the AI car will already know what is happening over there, and they can save time and they can reroute the travel plan. So yes, this was all from our side.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. We now move to 12th presentation of the day, UI 7465. Do you need this or you need mic?
No, it's okay.
There's a clicker. There's a clicker. You can move your slides.
It's working, I think.
No, don't update it. Okay. Because he's also connected to this computer. That's it.
First of all, good afternoon, all of you, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Gaurav Yadav. I am from Bihar, but currently a student at IIT Madras. My background is a data science and AI. Actually, sir, we are discussing the problem. What type of problem you are solving? Urban traffic management and emergency systems are fragmented, reactive and outdated system, because there are no real time coordination between all the existing data sources. I mean CCTV data sources, traffic signals, emergency system, they are currently working as a manual system. Second problem, in India, 90% of traffic is working on fixed timer basis. There are no any AI-driven green corridor for ambulance or emergency vehicles. Third system, no any predictive AI that can prevent or forecast the accidents and traffic exertion before it will be happening and reduce them. And fourth, there are no any integrated AI solution that can track and classify all the vehicles in real time with historical data and real time data. Now we are discussing our solution. Jetax. Jetax is an AI-powered smart traffic management and emergency platform that can integrate all the existing data sources and make real-time decisions. They are predict risks, make AI-driven grid code, adapt signals, and many more things also. So we have built our innovation in 3 layers. In first layer, we have developed our own AI and ML models for this thing. First, actually, we have developed our AI-driven green corridor. Here I spent about $20,000 to making these models. After that, adaptive signals optimization, traffic prediction and forecasting models, and there are vector tracking and classification models. Here we are using multiple data sources for making these models. I mean CCTV data, weather data, holiday data, weekend data, and all 3 types of data. Second is our edge hardware devices. Actually, I deploy these hardware devices on every in Chennai. Actually, our pilot is going in Chennai and is completed. And there is a benefits of this hardware, but it's a processing only data all locally. There are removed the dependency of clouds, latency problem, and they are also removed the data trust and data leakage problems. And from here we can also cost optimization and reduce the bandwidths. And third is our unified centralized command software. From this software, government person can control our hardware and our AI models according to his needs. Second, we can show all the alerts, analytics, violations on this software. And from this software, they can also give the multiple access. I mean, I am officers, there are some workers who are working on some levels, I mean, the traffic police, they are giving multiple access. Actually, I make multiple models, multiple software for this. Our system is working. It will take CCTV and all the data. After that, our AI model is running on our hardware. After that, it can optimize signals, and from here, it can also control all the things. And third is actually we can show this is our existing video. This is deployed in Chennai government. Actually, pilot is completed, and Chennai government adapt our softwares and all the things. And currently in UP government also approved for this innovation. And in Madhya Pradesh, police is also invite our team to deploy the software in 4 areas in Madhya Pradesh. Apart of this, we can sell our hardware devices to also other sections. I mean, key details, industry, this type of section. And we can also sell our AI models by API to delivering party platform company, I mean Zepto, Zomato, for faster and better tools. Actually, I saw the measurement impact. It will be reduced to 10 to 15% reduction in average commute time. It will make 30 to 40% faster emergency routes. After that, he can also reduce the manual interaction by traffic authority and police. And there are more things also. Our system is scalable and sustainable because we are using existing data sources. Second, government can deploy on projection or full city. It depends on government. And third is we are developing self-learning AI algorithm. From this algorithm, our model will automatically learn. There are no need to learn multiple times. It will automatically learn and improve its accuracy. We can also, as well as increase in tier 2 and tier 3 and global city also. We are filed 3 IP for this innovation. 2 are completed, 1 is in pending. I think it will be also completed in 1 month. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Our next presenter is UI 23165. This is presentation number 13.
Use the keyboard to move the slides.
So may I start? So myself Shubham and this is Pratham. So we will be presenting a platform which is TrustTrace, which is combating the solution, which is a solution to combat different kinds of misinformation, potential fraud and manipulated content which is generated by using AI/ML. Okay, and so currently in this day and age, we have seen that ML and AI has been liberalized to the masses, and therefore because of these powerful models are in the hands of other sorts of miscreants or bad actors, then any sort of misinformation or criminal proceedings like child sexual abuse material, revenge pornography, they all can take place and they can roam in the free media anywhere. So we need to put a watchdog somewhere to see and verify the particular authenticity of the image before it is shared to the masses.
So these are the results generated by each type of deepfake analyzed by a website. So on the left, we can see it is the result generated for the audio deepfakes. Below are 2 graphs. The graphs are MFCC. So the male frequency graphs, the coefficients, they indicate whether the media was synthetic or real. In order to compare, we have provided 2 images below, labeled as real and fake. The real ones, the real MFCC does not have elongations laterally in higher and lower frequency, whereas the fake ones do have errors and sound noises in it.
Currently, we are completely deployed onto the public internet, and as well as we are running our own infrastructure. We have not migrated to cloud as well. So our models are super fine-tuned, and they are also made in specifically to combat resource constraints which are generally used seen when AI deployments are done. The core engine behind TrustTrace is a set of 6 ML models running in Ensemble. So 4 of these ML models, I will name them, which is CNN, EfficientNet, B4 and B7, and ResNext are used for image and video based detection, and as well as we are using MFCC classifier and an SVM model for our audio models. And also currently we are beta testing our newest text misinformation detection model. We have been recognized by Delhi Police, National Commission for Women, as well as we have a patent, granted and published Indian patent, and we have also done a lot of academic work regarding this ML development, and we have published 9 research papers on these models and the entire platform in peer-reviewed Scopus Index journals. We wish to show a live demonstration of the website. Also, one more point I needed to add, that we are totally data compliant. We adhere to GDPR and DPDPA policies according to the Indian government, and we do not collect any PII data from our users. Also, our solution is very modular, and we can cater it to all sorts of enterprises, which is corporate, governance and public sector as well. Currently, it is open to the public, and we have been developing models specifically for police, and we have pilot tested this during the election season, where a lot of misinformation regarding political parties and figures were spread out into the internet. So it was reliably detecting. In our controlled dataset testing, we are getting around 90 to 95% accuracy. And in the wild, when we are detecting deepfakes, according to the classification of what type of deepfake it is GAN based or it is in sort of face swap, we are getting around 80 to 85% in the wild testing cases. So this is how it is a very simple process for creating the case details in form. Every single case has a unique hash identifier. So if something goes into legal proceedings, so this particular can be used as evidence in court because it is tagged and marked. And this is how you get the entire and this is all same for all those three forensic mediums. We'll be very soon integrating our text model into the portal once it is very finished.
That's it from us.
That's it from our side. Yes.
Yeah, the website is live right now.
It's live.
I'd like to see the.
Please, yeah.
Yeah. Phone open.
I'll show the
I'll
QR
open
code.
my phone because the internet constraints are over there.
This is yours. This is mine.
That's true.
Sure.
Currently, our hardware is the biggest issue because we're not running on cloud. We use only 2 single stack GPUs. So we have chunked our models like that. So audio models will only run for some hours, and then it will cycle back to video, cycle back to image. So that is the reason there is no constant processing. So we are currently working on that issue to make it concurrent and to process sort of live streams. And then secondly, also we are trying to bring this technology to directly on the phone itself, so that there is no data getting out.
Unless I put a case, I would not able to. But tell me, when you're collecting case details, etc.
We only use emails, OTP-based verification from emails, and there can be throwaway emails.
Even that, how effectively are people communicating their cases? Anyways, we'll take this up in the Q&A.
Sure.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
You can have a seat here for the Q&A round.
Jury members, we begin with the Q&A round for this panel. The 3 teams which have just presented, UI 3858, 7465 and 23165 are here with us. We're open for questions.
I'm just going to continue the question that I just started. My question was, when you're asking people to input case details, what level of information are you expecting in that case detail? And how are you interpreting what's written as a case? Because the case would be a text or a photograph or something that they would have given, right? So the user may or may not be educated. So how are they communicating is broadly the question.
So firstly, when it comes to PII data, we are only taking emails because we need to have a OTP-based verification because we are trying to protect from DDoS or spamming attacks on the website itself. So that is the reason we have put 2-factor email authentication onto it. Other than that, the user need not put any other thing except the location, because we are also take the metrics from like a heat map. So if there is some sort of political movement or demographic thing going on, so we need to see the heat map from where this kind of data is getting generated in the first place, so that it can be reported to the authorities or the cyber cell to take action onto it. So that is the only 2 things that we are taking from the user. And we also ask for context and from what platform did the user find this media in the first place, so that if it is shared on Twitter, so we can ask them to give a Twitter handle which shared the data, and then all that details could be collaborated into one single object and then sent out to law enforcement. We are trying to work on that with our counterparts in law enforcement to give them a steady stream of data which can be interpreted as what you asked as case details. So that is
okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question to this 3858, the safe path. So actually, when you demonstrated this prototype, so I have one query. That is, you have done with one model. That is, maybe in India, if you see the accidents mainly happen also due to overtaking of vehicles, right? So if in a scenario that if another vehicle overtakes in that, how do the system that calculate the speed of the another vehicle and how it allows the other side of thing?
So what happens is we are using YOLO model. So YOLO model will track both the cars, and if a car speed is below 10, it's a safe speed, and if a car speed is about 40, it's a danger speed. So to the other side perpendicular blind turn, it would show red only. It will go for the higher speed only.
The thing is, yeah, fine, that is for one vehicle. Maybe in the one side, if you have another vehicle coming with the same speed, suddenly if it increases, suddenly at the fraction of a second, how fast your system detects?
So our system accuracy is 10 milliseconds. It can detect the speed of the cars very fast. Because the YOLO, the speed calculation, the hitbox detection of YOLO, the latency is very low, and it with 99% accuracy. So
it will, it
Okay,
can,
fine. You can also work on that. There, fine.
yeah.
To add on to Sir's point, actually, I wanted to ask, what all test cases have you guys tested on the product right now? Because as Sir rightly mentioned, there can be two cars. There is a pedestrian which is coming on the other side also. So is the product actually being able to detect all those things as well?
So we come from Varanasi, and the most congested area was Lanka. So it is in front of IIT BHU. So we asked permission from the director. So he permitted us, and we actually took sample for 10 hours only. So it included all the cars and pedestrian that were coming, and since it includes object segmentation, so all the pedestrian that were also coming were also treated in the case, and their speed were also maintained in it.
So I love all the innovation that we just saw, and having been in a crash myself where someone ran a red and crashed into me, I truly appreciate some of the solutions that you have shown. Now let's go to the content, the defect detector. And my question there is, what is your innovation, right? Because there's so many players, including big tech, that's working on it. Like, how are you doing this differently and better? That's one. And then also, I mean, there's also so many standards like the C2PA, etc. So around content, how does that play into what you're doing?
Regarding the innovation, I would say currently what we think is that ensemble that we are using is it comprises of 4 different models and sub-varieties of those models. So we are not just looking at the image from one single perspective, we are also converting into a different channel. So one of our models is looking at a attention-based span, and then one of it is looking for the chromatic aberrations that are happening in the video. Then there are also technical parameters of the image that we are also taking in consideration. So there is a lot of processing that is happening together parallelly, and then we are coming on to one single output, which is once again rectified by our classifier model. So we're using all these in stages, so we get a more better predictive outcome. Right.
And maybe one follow-up, right? I mean, because models are getting better as well, right? So even during your development, are you finding that it's a race that you are not able to?
It is a huge race, yes.
So how are you keeping ahead?
I will one more innovation that we thought, it's because there is a lot of inconsistency in the data sets that are found for deepfake for Indian specific users. So there are not a lot of data sets that cater for Indian audiences. So what we did, we created our own data set for Indian figures and kind of Indian facial features and Indian voice maybe, and then we did contrastive learning on all of those data sets so that the models are able to properly differentiate between the use audience currently, which is in India only, for our partners and law enforcement and different. So that is something that we are trying to tackle over here. And with the data regulations, so currently the main objective was DPDPA, because we were developing India-specific solutions. So we went to DPDPA, and then afterwards the GDPR has come. So if you want to scale upwards, go global in our reach, then we have adhered to the standards in DPDPA. They studied.
Look at C2PA as well.
Yes, definitely, ma'am.
Thank you, jury. We have 8 presentations left and 40 minutes for this session. So we'll request all the teams to please be seated in the forward area for smoother logistics. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Wayv 15012, presentation 14. This is 15012. You can use this clicker to move left and right.
Yeah, please. Namaste all, greetings to all, so especially to the guests also. So one thing I will ask a question to the jury as well as to the delegates who came here. Will your AI will work without network? Will your AI will work in the keypad phones? Is it possible? And also, I will ask another question. Is AI only meant for urban and metropolitan cities, not just for rural, tribal and forest areas? Here you come. We are introducing the Wild Track 360, where it can be accessible to anyone and anywhere of this world. Especially we are focusing on the themes of the forest, tribal. Already it is implemented in the south part of the India, sir, especially in the Andhra Pradesh. Basically I am from Andhra Pradesh. So there are the 2 major parts we are covering on. Forest itself meant for the smuggling. And to capture all these areas, the forces of the nation, like police, forest, as well as the fire, to help to safeguard the nation, we are implementing this particular thing called two AI systems called Trishul AI and Trinetra AI. Trinetra meant for the three eyes. So we are forecasting forest, fire and police. We are helping them, and we are introducing the Wild Track 360. This is implemented in the last year also in the Andhra Pradesh segment. So here we are capturing the animal trafficking as well as the smuggling areas. So these all kinds can be captured, which will be very helpful for the forces like in the defensive system of the government. And also not only for the government, we are also implemented our solution for the public also. Right? In the initial term, I said a word called, we are innovating our solution for both officers like government as well as the public. For public who is staying in the tribal areas or rural areas, they are not more aware about the mobile phones or smartphones. That's where we came up with a solution of the technology called, we came up with a technology called LoRa technology. Many of you know that. So that LoRa technology is an connecting bridge between the terms. Here you can see how it will be connected. Without any internet, you can transfer the artificial intelligence in your mobile phones. Just you can plug and connect the artificial intelligence, and where it can be easily used. For example, in a forest, you got a snake bite. You are a tourist, you went to our area, Andhra Pradesh, you got a snake bite. At that time, what you will do? You don't have any proper network there, and at that time, this LoRa technology will define you what are the steps you need to take it out. So there we are introducing the Trinetra AI, our AI co-pilot assistance, which will be a commanding for both government as well as the public who is affected in near of that forest area, directly connected to the hospitals, forest service and the police also. Along with that, if anybody is caught, like someone is smuggling any sandalwood, most of you know Pushpa movie, right? So many of the things will be happening in our area. At that time, narcotics also. See, all these things can be captured a single thing, and you can transfer your photos and you can have a communication between the LoRa technology. So here I am saying that AI is not only just for the smart cities or smart places. AI should be accessible to everywhere of this world. So already we collaborated with the government of Andhra Pradesh and government of police also. Now we are implementing in a large scale technique, sir. And also we have executed our drone technologies, which is supported for the police people and the forest people. Easily they can recognize through the sensing cameras within the range of 30 kilometers. Our pilot tests were completed for the 30 kilometers, and in the area of Allur Sitaram Raju district area already completed. Now we are going to the extent level, forecasting the Nallamala forest range, highest tiger reserve forest areas. There will be so much of smuggling and all this type of gets also there. So the end point is AI in every domain, should be near to be every domain, but this AI is a single solution for each and everyone. So this is what, sir, we are concluding with this particular product, and ready to connecting with the other states also, and making the Viksit Bharat by the youth of India. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Our next presentation is UI 14088. Presentation number 15.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is 14088.
Good afternoon. Before I begin with my presentation, I want you all to take a moment to visualize the sheer scale of a catastrophe that burned silently until it's too late. In the Uttarakhand crisis of 2025 to 26 alone, we didn't just lose trees. We lost 15,103 crore rupees in economic value. We saw operational resources getting exhausted and ecosystems getting wiped out. During the Australian Black Summer, about 3 billion animals were impacted. And what is the real tragedy about this? We knew it was happening, but we couldn't trust our data. Current solutions are failing us. Satellite systems are extremely slow and expensive. Manual watchtowers are leaving human lives at risk. And the worst part about them all, the false alarm rate. About 93.25% of alerts raised in the Uttarakhand crisis were false. We were spending resources chasing fires that never existed while the real ones were raging. We asked ourselves the real question: how do we stop guessing and how do we start knowing? That answer is Agnisena. Agnisena is not just a sensor, it is an intelligent ecosystem. We have built an AI-driven forest fire detection system that combines environmental sensing with a real-time image verification. We solve the three biggest problems that exist in the market today: delayed detection, high costs, and false alarms. Let us move into the methodology, how we have implemented our work. To understand why Agnisena works, where other prototypes and methods are failing, I want you to imagine a forest guard who is constantly keeping watch. He smells smoke, he looks for the fire, and then he radios for help. Current technology creates a massive gap. Satellite systems are too far away to smell the start of a fire. Meanwhile, manual watchtowers are too slow to watch everywhere at once. This is where Agnisena comes into play. We are using a sense, verify, alert loop. First, we sense. Agnisena lies deep inside the forest, sensing for specific gas and thermal signatures. Instead of uploading data to the cloud, which is really slow and expensive, we are using an on-device processor. This is our first line of defense against those 93% false alarm rates. Second, when a threat is detected, we look around. We activate the camera and then run the images captured by the camera through our compact deep learning model. This deep learning model has been trained in such a way such that it can distinguish between a harmless sunrise or fog or between an actual devastating fire. Then, third, we alert the people. Once we have sensed the smoke, we have verified that the fire is real, we use our low frequency, long range radio protocol so that we can cut through the dense canopy of the forest where cellular networks and Wi-Fi zones are unavailable, ma'am. With this, we cut down the existing solutions, which are really expensive. Let us compare the existing solutions with our solution. Drones, about 3 lakh rupees, compared to what we would be selling, about 16,000 INR per unit. Satellites are extremely expensive and they are slow in detecting fires. By the time they have detected a fire, it is already too late. For the business model, we are planning for business to government, B2G. We are planning to sell our prototypes directly to government agencies like wildlife sanctuaries and forest departments and private businesses as well, B2B. We are targeting private timber and tea plantations, ma'am. We are currently at the functional field tested prototype stage. We are ready for pilot deployments in control zones. We have also applied for a patent plan. Our roadmaps includes moving to custom PCB architectures to further miniaturize the device and lower costs even more. We are building a plug-and-play solution for the world's most vulnerable ecosystems, ma'am. And we are also integrating new features into our computer vision model so that we can not just look out for fires, but for illegal activity as well. Investors, you're not just looking at a fire alarm, you're looking at the Internet of Forests. We are asking you to join us to help deploy Agnisena. Thank you.
Thank you, team. We move to the 16th presentation, UI 10591.
Good afternoon. We are Team Climatech. In the last 1 year, India have seen more than 50 plus cloudbursts and flash flood event, and more than 400 people lost their lives just due to presence of no early warning system at all, also leading to economic loss of around 2,000 crore rupees. In this techie world, 75% of the Indian districts are still at the verge of being flooded. The outdated technology like gauges, they get either washed away during the time of flood or they are not accurate. So to solve all this problem, here we are with our product called Drishti. So Drishti is a patented AI-powered flood monitoring system. It is a non-contact based sensor that can be mounted on any of the bridge available or any of the pole available over the river, and it keep track for the various aspect of the river, like what is the river depth, what is the river velocity, and other discharge and other climate data. Here we use a sensor fusion technology with radar plus vision based, where radar can keep continuously monitoring for the various aspect, and if there is any if there is any abnormality in the data, then the AI, we use our AI based models for the visual verification, so that we can reduce the number of false positive or false negative alarms, so that we can have the trust of the people on our system. Now coming to the AI forecasting, we do our forecasting in a hybrid domain version, where we use a domain 1, domain 2 and domain 3 of different resolution of 9 km, 3 km and 1 km. In the domain 1 we use a satellite data to capture the high level topological features. In the domain 2 we use local weather models, and in domain 3 we use our own devices model. These domain provide feedback to each other in order to increase the accuracy of our alerts. Now let us talk about one of our major success in the last 1 year. We are testing our system from the last monsoon, and in the last 11 September 2025 we were able to exactly pinpoint one of the major site of a cloudburst that happened in Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh before 24 hours, and it actually turned out to be a cloudburst on the same spot on 12 September 2025. And we were able to capture around 75% of the major event that happened in 2025 monsoon, and we are expecting the same with more accuracy in this monsoon. Now I will like to show some our digital twin. The data from our sensor goes into our digital twin model. This is a 3D replica of a valley near our campus. The data here is currently coming live from our sensor. Now I would like to show you also this thing.
I can show that's basically 3D simulated river. Actually capturing the data from our devices.
The data coming
this is a
in
river
from the sensor, and here you can visualize what will be the situation in next 3 hours, next 6 hours, and next 12 hours during the time of flood, so that the disaster relief team can plan their evacuation plan more efficiently, so that they know which communities has the highest probability of being submerged in the water, so that there is no casualties. As you can see now, we will simulate it. Now we are simulating the situation in the next 3 hours. Also, you can also see in the VR technology. Here, this is what sir is able to see in the VR. We will be able to see all the data and what will be the situation, what is the AI forecasting, and for the next 3 hours, is it a high alert, and what will be the river level in the next 3 hours, which community will get affected. This is how it looks. I guess you can try it.
Team, you have 30 seconds to wrap up your presentation.
Now for the impact, we are able to reduce the alert latency by 70% and also improve the lead time, which communities never had in Himachal, since we both are from Himachal and we have seen the whole communities getting wiped away by the flood. So we are able to provide them a lead time of around 60 minutes to around 1 day. So that is a very major change in their life. And for now, in our pilot testing, we are providing early warning to more than 10,000 people in the Command Valley in in Mandi district. Thank you. We believe that minute of warning can save generation of life, and climate tech is the first step towards that vision.
Thank you, teams. I'll invite UI 12228 now to the 17th presentation. This is 12228. Use a clicker for your slides. This way, slides are left, right,
after this, what is the law deliberations?
For India, AI is not a luxury, but a necessity, and it must be inclusive For India, AI is not a luxury, but a necessity, and it must be inclusive for us all. Pharma constitutes about 65% of population and are a major contributor to our economy, yet they largely remain untouched by ongoing AI revolution. This is the gap we are here to fill today. So today, I, Vedant Gupta, along with my teammate Shaksham Chhabra, are here to present our solution, Agrete Pro, which is an AI-driven crop health management solution designed specifically for farmers. So every year, as you can see, around 20 to 25% of crop yield is lost due to unprecedented conditions like pests, famines, droughts, or epidemics, which constitutes in monetary value around 8,60,000 crores of rupees lost every year. This is exactly where we step in.
So let me start with the live demo. Where can I start the video with? It's next. So this is the live web app of Agrete Pro, which helps farmers to know about their future crop risk 10 to 14 days before it's visible to human eye. Let's go into the sign-in workflow. So let's see the website from a farmer's perspective. When a farmer signs up, it's redirected to add a new field page where he adds his fields with the basic field details like field name, area, crop type can be auto-directed by a model, description, and the use live location to map out to the current location or the other GPS-based advisories. Then he is redirected to the dashboard where we have 4 cards: crop health index, soil moisture, temperature, and humidity. Crop health index is coming from Sentinel-2 Lancet satellite, which helps us give us NDVI and NDMI through hyperspectral imagery, which helps us predict crop health index. Soil moisture is coming from NDMI indices from the same satellite, and temperature and humidity are coming from the weather API. Then the next card is crop health and yield trends. It gives us how the crop yield is varying over time, how the health is deteriorating, so farmer can have the next action plan. Let's move on to the health map page. What health maps does? Health maps let us know where exactly on the field is the danger zone and where we need to act to get a better crop yield. The next module is 3D terrain, which is the future scope of our model. So basically, through IoT sensor, we would map out the 3D terrain of the farmer to set up an irrigation channel. So as you can see, my bad. So it's, yeah.
So can resume the video from where it was playing.
You can go ahead to the 3D terrain feature. Move ahead. Little bit more. Yeah, so basically it helps us map out the irrigation plan where, as you can see, the blue area is lowland. So basically if a heavy rain occurs, there would be waterlogging and it would lead to around 100% crop yield loss in that area. Let's move on to the spectral analysis page. So basically Agritech is not basically for farmers, it's also for AI analysts. So it helps us give us the reflectance versus the wavelength data to help map out NDVI, GNDVI for the researchers. Farming is collaborative. For large farmers, it's a team of multiple members which works on their particular fields. So basically, with the RBSE system, we can give field permission to a particular delegate and they can see that particular field and act according to it. Then it's the setting page for the UX of the website along with the privacy. It's 2FA enabled with passwords and 2FA apps. Let's move on to the Kisan. our AI chatbot, which bilingual for now, English and Hindi, which helps farmer to know about what to do to map out to their crop yields. We have website in more than 17 languages, so language would not be a barrier. So this is the demo of the WhatsApp-based chatbot. Basically, we can connect to the web app through the WhatsApp model only, where an additional feature that when a farmer spots that there are some disease in their leaves or there is some discoloration, they can add to that chatbot and ask for the organic solutions. It's fine-tuned from the agriculture institution's data, which is very cost effective. It's also available in 17 plus languages. Yeah. With UI support, we aim to scale this solution nationwide and contribute to AI-driven food security for India. Thank you from Team Hyperscanners.
Thank you, team. Jury members, we are open for questions now for the last 4 presentations. We have UI 15012, 14088, 10591, and last team 12228.
So, my question to this last group, that is Agrete. Yeah. So, you are focusing on the health of the soil and also the crop, right? Crop, okay. So here, you are focusing only on this irrigation or maybe the soil quality, that is NPK, the quality of the soil?
So basically what we are doing, we are taking satellite data known as Sentinel-2 in basic multispectral bands, RGB, NDVI, NDMI, SWIR, to map out the crop health index. For basically a healthy crop reflects at a particular rate, a particular percentage of light for this, and an unhealthy crop gives it's below that region. So basically we have for soil, crop health, and everything related to the farmer.
Yeah, for the question is for the soil health, that is a NPK is a very important parameter, but it differs based on the various field. How we get the data? Is it because for every region is also this the soil health varies. Okay, NPK the parameters varies. So how to detect the parameter and how we will based on that how we will map with the crop.
So for the soil moisture,
Yeah.
the multispectral bands gives us with enough accuracy the exact soil moisture of the ground. But if we want even more higher accuracy, like it gives around 5 to 10% of error, not more than that. But if we want more, we can definitely integrate IoT sensors to monitor the soil health.
Yeah, fine. So
but for now, multispectral is more than enough.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you guys think are the adoption barriers that come with your from farmers?
Yeah. So basically the adoption barriers that farmer would come with is the UI interface of the web app. So basically to overcome that, we have created a WhatsApp chatbot. So because the farmer would not log into the website, they can definitely generate a one-time account, and then they won't be techie to log into that every day and see their help. So basically then we give the notification through our WhatsApp chatbot. So that barrier would be tackled in that way.
And our WhatsApp chatbot is also multilingual.
One more question to this 14088. Is that a forest fire? Okay, your device will be deployed in the forest.
So we have decided to deploy it in high altitude regions like the canopies of trees so that we can cover maximum area.
But what if your device gets affected by fire?
So we are creating a mass grid deployment so that we can create a peer-to-peer network of devices so that even if one device is put down, the other devices will replace that and continue sending data to us.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Other questions? We're good? Thank you, jury members. Thank you, teams. We now move to the last 4 presentations of the day. Our next team is UI 3624. We have a finalist from Indonesia. This is presentation number 8. 3624.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and honorable judges. My name is Hani Pamungkas. I'm founder and CEO of Wayv Innovation to create modern livestock based on digital technology towards a better world in the future. I come from Indonesia, and nice to meet you all. First of all, I grew up in the rural suburban area of Jatimekar village, Indonesia. Living in the village where every day I help my parents take care of the cows make meeting. Will the livestock sector always be considered petty and continue to be traditional because it's only take care of animals? Every year, the demand for livestock grows, so we are proud of the livestock industry contribution to the economic growth. However, the question arises, why is the price of livestock sold to broiler always constant every year, even though the price of meat on the market continues to increase? In April 2021, a disaster struck my village, an outbreak of disease that killed hundreds of animals, causing losses of millions, making us think, how is it possible that the livestock that we have looked after since birth, that we have cared for years, die in such a tragic condition in just a few months? Since that incident, me and other young people took the initiative to create an innovation called Wayv. Wayv is a modern livestock innovation with 4 superior features. The first feature is a monitoring system with a physical component like a sensor equipped knuckles attached to the livestock neck. This sensor detects the animal health status and sends the real-time updates that can be accessed by a smartphone. The second is a marketplace features where our customer, such as breeder, broiler, and the public can buy and sell the livestock or fulfill other livestock needs. And the third is the educational feature. We provide educational services via chat and also video call features to solve the problem in the field. And the last is consultation features, become a liaison for farmer to communicate problem in the field to veterinarians with the AI chat and also integrated to doctor. With only $5, breeder get all the benefit and service available in terms of application and innovation. Through strong determination, since 2022, we have reached most of Indonesia area, and we want to improve our technology and expand in India also. That Wayv also reduce the number of livestock death by monitoring features and integrated AI technology by up to 80% and save the opportunity revenue more than $10,000 from the first year of AIQnASession. Not only that, Wayv has also decreased illegal pricing by introducing a marketplace features that connect breeder and customer with a fair price agreements. And currently, the marketplace features have generated profit of $50,000 from the first year of AIQnASession. Not only that, seeing the low threshold of informal education, we provide educational services with a success rate of 100,000 of the topic in livestock sector, and also having more than 100 general public participation in our application. And the last is consultation features, become a liaison for farmer to communicate problem in the field to veterinarians with a success rate of 100 veterinarians partner that join in our company, and also we integrated the AI chat bot for the improving our technology. That's why we hope to expand our impact and connecting with this event, because we believe that if you are from the outside of the country, that you have to push yourself to make an innovation to solve the real problem in the society. And in the future, we want to improve our technology by make it simply into a chip, and we want to holding to many sectors to improving our country also, and the collaboration between India and Indonesia. And the last one, I want to share how the technology is work. So the judges, we also have the product is just like a necklace, and then they will put on the livestock, and it can be detecting like a disease or something like that, especially internal disease. Inside of the box, they are having a lot of the sensor, like a temperature, body pressure, and something like that. It could be a sensor could be detect the real life of the livestock. And then what they're gonna do that that the sensor will be able to see on the AI, that the AI will be able to integrating the technology. So as you can see in this website, so this is our website. Yeah, like I said before, we have both four main features, and the farmer can check the information about the livestock from here. Yeah, from here, just like this. So the farmer get the information and they won't be worried about the kind of disease that attack for the livestock. And we actually expand in the across Asia, South Asia countries. Like Indonesia is our main office, but we also try to expand our impact in the Malaysia and Vietnam also. And we during our assistant, Moab has one Press Award like this one. So there are so many awards and the experience that we got since 2022, and the total of our team is 27, including me as the founder. I would like to say thank you so much. So in the future, let's create a modern livestock based on digital technology towards Indonesia and India better worlds in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Our next presentation is UI 14163. Can you use this to move the slides?
Greetings, I'm Tulina Bose and this is Divyanshi Srivastav, and today we are going to do a presentation for using deep learning for enhancing tourism in Bishnupur, which is in West Bengal. So our problem statement is that for centuries there have been many heritage sites that have been built in India, and its legacies have been passed down for generations even till this date. And because of that, most of the popular heritage sites today are being visited by the tourists. And even after all this, there are some heritage sites that date back to the same time these popular heritage sites have been built that are still not being able to attract many tourists. And because of that, we have done a fruitful survey and report to classify the types of heritage sites that there are in India. And our first type of heritage sites comes under the category of the most highly recognized heritage sites. For example, Taj Mahal, which attracts a lot of tourists every year. And our second type of heritage sites include the moderately recognized heritage sites. For example, the Konark Temple. And last but not least, our least recognized type of heritage sites, for example, Bishnupur, attracts the lowest amount of tourists every year. So this is why we have decided that this is creating a digital gap between the tourists and these least recognized heritage sites in India. So for this we have decided to come up with an AI approach, which is we have decided that first the users are going to input an image, and from that it is going to detect the class names, and from that we are going to be provided with all the information and the location of those detected heritage sites, and along with that a recommendation system is also being provided which recommends us the nearest heritage sites that there are available for the tourists to visit next. So this AI approach that we have followed has given us an accuracy of around 92.77% accuracy, and we have also implemented this in our website, which have been live predicted, and it is also giving us the detected temple names along with its location, all the information regarding those heritage sites, and along with that all the other architectural sites that are located near that location, like the most nearest with the further locations, providing a choice to the users for where they would like to travel next. And for this we have decided on how to promote this product, and for promoting this product we have decided, like we have planned on collaborating with our tourist guides and also with the heritage NGOs and for the government, so that we can expand our data set, the data set that we have locally created by visiting these least recognized heritage sites on site. So once we are being able to make this very scalable, we are being able to promote these least recognized heritage sites of most of the architectural sites that are present in India. So we are not only making this focused only in Bishnupur, but we are also making this focused to most of the least recognized heritage sites that there are in India. So we are promoting these heritage sites to the people because these heritage sites deserve the same recognition as those most popular heritage sites like Taj Mahal, like Qutub Minar already deserve. And because of that, we are also going to add, we have a plan for implementing in our future work, which is, as I mentioned before, the recommendation system that as per the radius, as per the location of the detected temple, we are providing with the nearest heritage sites that there are available so that the user can decide where they want to travel next. So we are providing a choice to the user as like a free will for where they would like to travel next. And also we are also planning, not even planning, we have even started working on the 3D reconstruction of the almost demolished architectural sites in India. For now our prototype is focused on Bishnupur. So as I mentioned before, for scalable expansion we are going to make it more generic, focusing on all the underrepresented sites in India. So what we are going to do is, in our already implemented website, the user is going to take an image of the detected temple, and with the live camera prediction while they are moving around, the 3D reconstruction is going to provide a structure of the demolished temples. So they will provide an idea of how they can be reconstructed again in the future. So before I conclude my presentation, I would like to share some of the achievements that we have come with for our project, and that is the data set that we have locally gathered on site has been applied for copyright, as well as the research paper based on this project have been published by IEEE as well. Thank you.
We move to the last second presentation of the day, UI 14498. Tech team, this is presentation number 20.
Access to quality education is still a privilege, not a right. Quality education resources remain inaccessible to millions of students due to expensive private tutoring, lack of personalized content in local languages, and the urban-rural divide. According to government data, out of all the students who reach IIT, only 25% of them are from the rural India. This is not because that they lack talent, this is because they do not have access to quality learning resources. Hi, my name is Akshaj and I am the creator of Kovu. My mission is to democratize education by using the power of AI in creating rich educational resources at a very low cost and making it accessible to anyone who needs it. I am inspired by the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047 by Honorable Prime Minister. Padhega India, tabhi to badhega India. So meet Kaveri, a 8th grader from rural Andhra Pradesh who turns to her phone for study help because her family cannot afford expensive tuition. Coaching centers like Byju's and Allen are very expensive and there is no local language support. Whereas Khan Academy requires high bandwidth for playing videos and again there is no local language support. Tools like ChatGPT and Notebook LM lack a structured learning experience and most of the features are paid. So what's the solution for Kaveri? The solution is Kovu. Kaveri got to know about Kovu from a school teacher. She then logs on to www.kovu.com. She has access to rich educational resources such as chapter notes which provide a detailed explanation. She has access to chapter notes in 8 Indian languages which include Marathi, Telugu, Kannada, Gujarati, etc. She has access to practice questions to test her knowledge, flashcards to revise her topics, and NCERT textbook solution. One of Kovu's most unique feature is its contextual AI tutor. So for example, if a question like what is paramecium is asked by an 8th grader and an 11th grader, the answers would differ and would be different as compared to the 8th grader. The answer for the 8th grader is much more simpler and different as compared to the 11th grader. This is because the AI tutor understands that each child is different and answers on the basis of the child's class, subject and the curriculum of it. So how is this content being generated? This is being generated by a RAG-driven AI content generation system. This has the capability to generate high quality, structured, curriculum aligned content at a scale at a very, very low cost. So how does it work? This works by first uploading base reference material like NCERT PDFs and then converting into a more readable source for AI, which includes Markdown or LaTeX. This then generates a variety of resources such as flashcards, practice questions, etc. This is grounded in factual accuracy because hence base reference material is NCERT. We have also implemented a quality check system implemented by AI models to check if the generated content follows certain parameters like language appropriateness and cultural sensitivity. We have also established instructional design and Bloom taxonomy principles to ensure that the content generated can be easily understood by the children. So the content that we generated has been tested on these key parameters. The grounded accuracy is more than 95.5%, hallucination rates are almost 0%, answer correctness is 96.3%, language appropriateness, which is very important for kids, is more than 100%, content coverage is also 100%. Till now, we have generated around 50,000 high-quality content resources, and it has only costed us around 2,500 rupees. We are collecting minimal data which only includes email, name and class, and there is data anonymization and no third-party data sharing. So right now Kovu is live with class 6 to 12 CBSE board. If the judges you want, you can try the app on your phone by searching kovu.com on the browser. And our future plan includes adding other state boards, adding features like a study plan creator, sample paper maker, and building a completely indigenous AI model for our own educational content. We also plan to add content for competitive exam preparations like JEE or NEET. Kovu has the potential impact on the lives of more than 170 million students. If we target 40 million rural students and if they pay on an average 7,000 rupees annually, they are paying more than 28,000 crore rupees. With Kovu, they are saving that. They are saving more than 28,000 crore rupees annually. Kovu uses the power of AI in creating rich education resources, making quality education a right rather than a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshat. Jury members, we are the last presentation of the day now. I invite UI 3536. Technical team, this is presentation number 3. You can, once the presentation opens, you can move left, right, or just click on it. Yes, but you just 4 minutes now. So we need 4 minutes.
Namaste. Today we know that blind and visually impaired people, they rely mostly on some caregiver or some assistive devices later such as Meta AI, some blind man stick, some more technologies which have been recently built. But is that enough? That's the question. So the thing is, they may sense obstacles and they may send some haptic feedback, but there is no contextual environment sensing and no whatever is happening in front of him is not alerted to him. So here the third eye comes into picture. So globally around 2.2 billion people are blind. That's a huge number. This is just a reported number. But as you can see, the unreported may be more. And in India alone, there is a 70 million people who are visually impaired. So also due to this, there is economic, social loss and many other loss too. So we stepped into the field. We attended an international disability event in Panji, Goa, where we interacted with 40 to 50 million visually impaired. We tested this with them and took their inputs and refined it according to their needs and their daily experiences. So as you can see, so this is the development process which we have done. So what is actually third eye? Now let's deep dive. So basically, as you can see, this is the TOF sensors, which is known as time of flight sensor. There is an ultrasonic sensor and also below there is a IR sensor. So this 5 sensor works calibratory, like it will work simultaneously and give different data. Now the IR sensor is basically for depth estimation. Now if there is some potholes or stairs, so that will be detected by the depth estimation. It will throw the IR radiations, and according to that, if there is a spike, sudden spike, then we'll know that, oh, there is a depth. Or some stairs or potholes, and these signals will trigger the computer vision.
computer vision models which we have trained, and then if there is a pothole or stairs, it will confirm and then send a voice navigation. So yeah.
So about the computer vision, we have made our own model called Diksha model. So basically Diksha model is a model. It compares of more than 8 pre-trained models, basically YOLO models. We take all the data, all the objects, we make them as a priority list. Let's assume you are in a class. You are a blind person and you have a third eye. Let's assume you are in a class. Basically our third eye stick will express to the environments what is in the class, where is the blackboard. It will basically act as a friend.
Yeah. So he talked about the Diksha model, basically our own build model. So now you may be thinking why there is a phone here. If you have built everything, then you may have a question why there is a phone here. So this is basically for the advanced AI processing. Now all blind people or visually impaired may not have the access to the phone. So all blind people may not have access to the phone. So we already have the hardware built which has many sensors, as you can see. We have integrated a GPS, GSM, all the offline voice modules as well, and the ESP32 is the main onboard processing, also the Raspberry Pi camera, as you can see. So we have used this basically, so this will detect the obstacles both online and offline. Maybe offline will detect some few obstacles, so mostly that will depend on the haptic feedback given by the sensors. And here there is a vibration sensor integrated near the hand, and also there is an arm crunch over here, so for the weight distribution. Also, so now Rishi will talk about the battery part.
So about the battery part, we have designed such an algorithm where our ESP32 and Raspberry Pi communicates with each other and gives a limited amount of power to the sensors and to the required part.
So now what about the safety of the blind people? So there is a caregiver's here. Basically so there is a button over here which is inbuilt. So if we press it twice, or if we say emergency twice, so we have a wake up word. So basically then it will send a live location to the caregiver's app. So the caregiver can basically track his live location. Also the multiple and there is an offline prediction map too, which we have used using gyro and IMU sensors. And how the blind people will know basically how to operate this. So we have a braille manual as well, or there is a voice embedded the navigation manual in the stick as well. So he can basically, so there is a learning mode and various modes as well. This is the AI matrix. Thank you.
Thank you, teams. That brings us to the end of all the 20 UI presentations. I would like to invite Mr. Karthik Suri, GM Future Skills at the India AI Mission, to present a token of appreciation to our jury for their patience and time with us.
And while you decide, can we all give a huge round of applause for all of these entrepreneurs who presented? What an incredible show. You have certainly left the jury with a very tough job of deciding the winners. So thank you and congratulations.
Yes. Dr. Anish Sean Paul, Program Lead at our Innovation Mission. Ms. Kirtika Reddy, CEO, Optimized Geo and founder AIQnASession. Ms. Ranjita Ghosh, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Wipro. And Mr. Jeet Wag, co-founder, Ideabuzz. The winners for this challenge will be announced today itself. We have the award ceremony at the amphitheater in the South Pavilion, Bharat Mandapam. I invite the jury members, teams and all the guests to please attend the award ceremony at 6 p.m. to know the winners for the finale. Thank you for your time.
Oh, we want a photo with all the participants. Can we get a photo with all the participants? Yeah, okay. Come. That's a vertical social media. Ishani, please come. Thank you. Wait, official. I'll take one on this one, the next session. Okay, bye. I'll just take on this one.
Ma'am?
I think so.
This golden sheet?
Yes, that's good. I would like to take a social media guidance. Yeah. From hi. Okay. Come. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I have to come
Hello. Hi, I would request the participants from the previous session to please vacate the room immediately so that the next session can start in time. Thank you so much. You may use that gate for exit, please.
And I have to
Requesting all participants from the previous session to kindly vacate the hall.
And I had a clean one that I'll just fill it up like the final step. मेरा phone, मेरा pen था. Pen
Good afternoon, everyone. Room full and so much energy for us. So thank you very much for staying. It's a very busy day, and I hope we have an interesting session for you. My name is Amir Bani Fatemi. I'm Chief Responsibility Officer at Cognizant. I'm delighted to be here today, and we have a wonderful panel to present to you on a very exciting topic called governing autonomy and the infrastructure for trust. We're going to talk about it a little more. We have a demo for you as well. So my co-moderator Praveen Tanduri, which is head of the AI lab in Bangalore, is going to be doing a couple of demos. And as he's preparing this, we're going to ask the audience to be presented themselves. I'm not going to do justice to present them fully, but I'm going to name them and then have them to say probably a few words about what they do. I'm starting with Eli Sahai from Google. Go ahead, Eli.
Hi everyone, I'm Eli Sakai. I am policy manager working on AI and emerging tech, particularly agentic AI and robotics.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. This is Mahesh. Thank you all, and thanks to Amir and Praveen for having us here. And also they are generous enough to put my younger version in the picture. And so I'm from Project Nanda. We are pioneering the building and foundational infrastructure for an internet of AI agents. You know, like it's a new kind of internet is born or getting born from last year onwards. And yeah, and one of the most foundational issues, the way I say that trust, that is me, you know, like that's my photo. The same thing, you know, like how we are going to solve this problem, you know, like using in this internet of AI agents, and those primitives need to be solved at a foundational layer. It's not like after the fact or after the thought solutioning. It has to happen as a first principle. Yeah, thank you.
Alpesh.
Hello, I'm Alpesh Shah. I am the managing director of the IEEE Standards Association and a member of the management council at IEEE. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Apurva.
Hey guys, hi. My name is Apurv Goel. I'm a principal at Insight Partners. I help lead a lot of our US-India investing efforts. Just as context, we're one of the leading global technology investment funds. We manage close to $90 billion in AUM, investing out of a $12.5 billion fund into leading global software companies around the world, including a bunch of companies based out of India.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. As we get into, Praveen is my co-moderator. Praveen is the head of AI lab. The Cognizant in Bangalore. But before we start talking about a little bit that, as of raise of hand, how many of you have built an agent or played with an agent? How many of you are scared of what's going to happen with agents? Well, it's probably like 5%, 10%. So it thinks that 80 or 90% of you don't feel that agents are going to be dangerous or anything else. Have you followed what happened with Open Cloud recently on Notebook? Do you feel this is cool or exciting or energizing or fun? Who's excited about what happened? It's a beautiful experiment, right? So we're learning about all these things, and as we talk about agentic world, the concept of autonomy scares a lot of people. Why? Because we don't fully know how they're built. We don't fully know how they're going to react, if their objective going to be changing, if they're going to be mixing with each other and creating new babies. We don't know what's going to happen. And then in that world of autonomy, a lot of decisions that enterprises take and society's functioning may not be able to be put in the hands of agents. So the concept of governance, which is a concept which is very encompassing about how we control the outcome of systems and procedures and ownership and risk management, becomes central again in the world of agents, which was not the case about even a year ago. So today we're going to be talking about this concept of governing autonomy, how we can actually make sure that this world, this future world, we're going to be fully autonomous. Not only is our hand to some extent, but we can somehow trust it, and we don't know to what extent. So to get started, maybe we can quick demo. What do you think, Praveen?
Let's start off with the
questions.
what's happening with autonomy, and then.
Okay, perfect. That's a good thing. So maybe I can start with Eli. Eli, in your vantage point, can you help us understand what's different between multi-agentic environment and systems and traditional AI that we've been used to. How should we think about it?
Yes. So with the raise of hand that I saw in this room, I think we are talking with a group of experts. So from my perspective, and many of you have already worked with Mosbug and have seen OpenClaw and have built agents. So you know better than me that the way that we think about agents, it's not a specific line or a specific point in time that like this group of things are agentic and this group of things are non-agentic. Rather thinking about them as a spectrum of agency or autonomy, going from basic chatbots that can do a little bit of research and at the end present the result. For example, Google Deep Research does a research given your prompt and finds the information and presents that information. That has some agentic features, but it doesn't take actions compared to, let's say, going all the way towards the end of the autonomy. That is, for example, autonomous cars that are completely end-to-end and they take action in the real world. So I think seeing agents as a spectrum or a continuum of autonomy across different dimensions, including memory, including planning and long-term planning, short-term planning, planning horizon that they can plan and execute things, and also autonomy itself. So what I'm trying to say is that we can't say, we don't want to say agents are the ones that take actions. We want to say agents live on a continuum from very basic autonomy all the way to things like autonomous vehicles that are fully end-to-end autonomous.
Mahesh, you started talking about interesting issues, but let's follow what Ellie said. One, how do we know agents could make an error? How can we even know?
Yeah, so she used a very nice word. It's a continuum, right? So it's not like a single point responses that you can keep monitoring, like after the agent took an action. And another thing that she mentioned, they become a network actors. They will be acting at every single stage, visibly or invisibly. And that makes it mandatory for us to make it, I would say that it has to be a runtime governance rather than, wait for, let it happen and then we'll reverse. So the traditional governance models that we have or exist were very much evolved from our understanding of machine-to-machine interaction, then it evolved into a SaaS model and a cloud model, then we evolved to the microservices architecture, and we kind of assumed that, somebody else is taking care of those governance after we reach at a scale, so when autonomy will reach at a scale, then we cannot think of okay, we need to solve this problem now. Now we are thinking of agent as okay, ChatGPT is one of the agents, I'm just looking for the search answers rather than, and slowly we're saying that, okay, it can just go and do some action, it can crawl some web pages. Okay, then we say that, okay, then there will be multi-agent systems, agent-to-agent interaction, collaboration that will happen, and just we are adopting it without addressing the foundational issue that the safety and the governance has to be addressed. That's one, that along with the trust, but also to make it how it can become a deployable across the enterprises or a public services or a civil society without sacrificing, this is very important factor, without sacrificing the openness of this execution and the accountability. So those are the 2 points I would like to mention. Yeah.
So you give us more information than I asked for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When we talk about incident that happens, of course we're going to remove bad actors, right? People that are using agents for bad purposes. We're not talking about that, which is a different issue, security, cybersecurity, or control. We talk about agents themselves making an error or having a mistake. Some of you know that we're talking recently about agentic identity as a way to make sure that who are the agents, where they're coming from, what's their training, what data have been used, who created them, who they belong, do they have a passport, how they're going to talk, what language they speak, can we talk with each other at the same language, and so forth, which brings now the concept of certifying agents. And I'm going to ask to Alpesh the question, because Alpesh in the IEEE standards are working a lot on many concepts even ahead of its time on agentic. How do you think about certifying agents in the world of autonomy? How should we think about it?
I think this works now. I guess that's one of the most important points, right? Knowing when it's on and when it's not. I say that in jest, but this is also part of when we're thinking about these various models and how they interact with each other. Not having the ability to understand what is the end result or what good looks like creates a difficulty in understanding the parameters by which you can state this is working as it should. Which means that very much, and already we've seen this done quite successfully in a number of the use cases we've been involved in prototypes and implementations around this that we've done, is that first, making sure you have a very strong governance structure in place is critical. Second is making sure that you have a very clear process by which you are determining what does and doesn't go out or is ready to go into the sandbox, or what you're ready to even put into that runtime state, as you were sharing earlier. It also requires ensuring that you have an iterative approach to it. These are not one-time exercises, because you won't know necessarily when there might be a shift or where things may go in a different direction, right? And so this requires sort of a constant monitoring approach. Adding to this is also the need to contextualize a lot of what you're looking at. Some of the reasons why you may see the behaviors of the multi-agents may be because there was a trigger that you typically do not see or are unaware of, which means that the bounds that you currently had in mind may not be the right bounds. And therefore, it's important to also ensure that you have transparent, accountable, not only logging, but people in that process. Ultimately, at the end, what it is that you can evaluate, let's say, at a much more level of confidence, is the means by which it achieves the output. You won't know 100% if the thing that is out there is perfect. But over iterative series, you begin to clearly understand, right? This, out of whether it's a Monte Carlo simulation or whatever model you choose to apply here, at some point you have enough data to know what good should be, right? So our certified program allows for this. At the same time, we have a series of standards that Amir was instrumental in being involved, and a number of folks in the front row here as well, which are focused on data transparency, focused on age-appropriate design, focused on also the critical elements around what does it mean to be accountable, transparent. What does data privacy mean in the context of systems that we don't know what they were to be, right? And what we found the greatest power in is people. It was the community of people that worked on this. They were heavily representative of a mix of lawyers, doctors, artists were even involved, with engineers and technical people that really understood the contextual problem so well that it allowed for us to better understand and appreciate what some of those variances might have been.
Thank you, Alpesh. Apurva, you invest in many startups and companies, and you are in the first line to evaluate them and see if the company is going to have solid technical background and the teams is right. But because Alpesh mentioned the concept of governance, we're talking about governance and governing AI. How do you imagine a stack? Because we talk about the technical stack, we're all familiar with the technical stack, but what would be a governance stack look like when everything is autonomous?
Yep. I think the way we think about governance stack in this AI world is a 5K layer model. If I kind of go first is like the build time. Around the build time, the idea is, okay, how is the company architected around the idea of data governance, model versioning, when you kind of come to the next stack, which is basically deploy time, how do you think about the idea of policy, tracking, permissioning, secrets management? When we come to the third piece of it, we think about this whole idea of runtime. How are you ensuring that your architecture allows for real-time observability? How do you ensure that there is an idea of kill switch? If things go bad, how do you ensure that you are able to cut it off at the right point of time? Then we think about the whole idea of how do you drive remediation? So do you have the right audit trails to be able to do a post-mortem? Do you have the right incident response architecture to be able to attack that? And then how can you drive a whole accountability layer, which is around the whole idea of who drives accountability? How do you have the right reporting structures? How can you conduct right post-mortem? Do you have the right set of tools to be able to do a compliance mapping there? So I think we think of governance stack in today's world in a holistic 5 layer model, and anybody who thinks about this holistically is where we feel comfortable about the fact that, okay, this is the team that is truly thinking about governance in a holistic way. And as you think about the best AI native teams, governance is becoming less of a compliance issue, but more of like an issue which is more product and GTM, because whoever is embedding governance into product is truly winning on the GTM side. And that is becoming a competitive advantage, and so it's becoming a key part of how we evaluate a lot of the companies.
Some people jokingly said a few years ago, 10 years ago, we talked about Intel Insight when the PC era was that. Now we're talking about governance insight. Would you agree with that?
100%. I feel like with so much of uncertainty, I feel like every enterprise that is procuring today, like the upfront conversation before they take on any business through multiple layers of evaluation is talking through a bunch of questions around what is your auditability, what's your traceability, what's your data handling practices, are there kill switches in place, because the costs of things going wrong are so high that people are willing to spend millions of dollars in ensuring the right governance while even buying a $500,000 ACV contract. So I feel like it's becoming a core part of.
So how startup, sorry, this is a question I didn't plan to ask, but how startups that don't have all the fundings and all the resources necessary could comply with this level of scrutiny or requirement?
I think the way I think about it is when you're starting an agentic AI business in today's world, I call it like you need to have a minimal viable trust stack. You need to be at a high level, you need to be able to tell what is this agent supposed to do? Is it actually doing what it's supposed to do? And if not, can you actually have someone stop doing what it's supposed to do on a real-time basis? And that becomes critical. And for that, you basically need to have what you call as a clearly defined agent identity registry. You need to have the right set of guardrails at the orchestration layer. You need to have a clear real-time observability architecture. And lastly, you need to have very clear set of defined oversight. I think if you don't have any of this, I don't think you should be launching an agentic ecosystem into production, because you're bound to meet more failures than success. And it's not that expensive to do these 4 basic things. And of course, as you scale, you'll have a lot of compliance start building into your product. But this is the minimal viable thing that any startup that's looking to start in the agentic AI needs to do to be able to go into production.
I think you should write an article about that, because a lot of us would need that little 4-stack layer to get started. To use the term orchestration, I would like to pass on to Praveen as we talk about orchestration and coordination, because as we define multi-agent systems, they need to be coordinated in some ways to do certain things, but also to not do certain things. So Praveen, is ready for a demo, quick demo. I think it's very tiny, so maybe you can explain.
So we at Cognizant and Cognizant AI Lab truly believe that the next phase of AI is going to be multi-agent system. Am I audible? Okay, sorry about that. I thought these was working. So we at Cognizant and Cognizant AI Lab truly believe that the next frontier is going to be multi-agent systems. And in that endeavor, sometime in May 2025, we sort of open sourced our multi-agent framework which is called Neuro AI Multi-Agent Accelerator, which you can see on the screen here. It's a low-code, no-code framework that's designed to accelerate the prototype development to scaling. It's a production-grade environment. Currently, it's available under Apache 2.0 license on GitHub. There's an active community that is sort of working on building and enhancing this framework as we speak. Some of the features and the capabilities of this accelerator is that it's LLM agnostic, right? It's cloud agnostic, so you as a user will have the control over which LLMs that you want sort of the agent network to talk to. You have a control on which environment that you want to deploy on that, and it's interoperable. I mean, currently, we support multiple protocols from an agent-to-agent communication, our own OSA protocol, as well as A2N MCP server. And most importantly, as we heard about the governance, autonomy, and the guardrails, security is built into it. So we built this from security at the core of it, not as an afterthought. So in the next 1 minute, and most importantly, we've made it so simple that even a seasoned an AI ML engineer to a CXO who has minimal or no coding experience can start building their agent network in a matter of minutes. And that's how. The whole reason is that we want to make this as a de facto standard, and we want everyone sort of adopt it and sort of, not just experiment it, actually build this agent networks at scale and deploy them, right? So let me just do a quick demonstration. And today, what I'm going to do is quickly wipe code an agent network in front of you guys. So this is our vibing environment. So let me just quickly, anybody wants to give me a prompt? Anybody? Anything you want prompted? Yeah.
AI Summit Schedule Manager.
All right.
Can you read, because it's not easy to read?
Yeah, I'm saying create a multi-agent.
Can you activate the microphone?
Yeah. I'm saying create a multi-agent network. For India AI Summit New Delhi, right? It's working. Okay. So what you can really see is, just give it a few more seconds. What you will see is that there's a multi-agent architect and a designer which is working behind just to understand the intent. And the intent that I gave was just create a multi-agent network for India AI Summit New Delhi that's currently happening. First thing that you will see is that the large language model understood my requirement and it created set of agents. It's defined the agents. Now what it's actually doing is that it's actually connecting those agents to an orchestrator. It's still building through it. And then as a next step, what will happen really is that basically, now every agent needs to be defined. It needs to have its own roles, responsibilities, and what it should do and what it should not do. So currently that's a step that we are actually going through it, where you can see that, in a matter of moment, all these individual agents will be populated with descriptors. You can see that, right? See, those descriptions are nothing but its definitions, what it should be doing at the end of the day, right? And it's still finalizing the agent network. The two things that you need to see at this here is that there are agents which have been specifically created for that agent network, and then there are a few of them which are under the leaf nodes, orange in color. So basically what the designers understood that there are certain agents which are already created and they were available in my environment, so it just connected them directly. So instead of rebuilding them, reinvesting in creating the agent network, it just connected them so you could use it. So it also allows, as a designer of the agent network, is that you have the control, auditability and traceability of it. At any point you think that that leaf node is not required in that agent, you can just delete it and save it. The server understands the changes and your new agent network is ready to be played around with. So now that the agent network is ready, what I'm really going to do is that launch it. You can see that the agent network is made available. Again, just let me blow it up a little bit here. And before I sort of fire a query, just to sort of, and again, this is a development environment. The reason we are showing a development environment is just to showcase a couple of capabilities. What you see on the right-hand side panel is basically your chat window, and then you have an internal chat, which is basically shows in real time the communication between the agents, what kind of information is being transmitted, what the nature of it's on. So you as a designer have the control over it as well. So you can take a dump of it later on and you can sort of go through it, review it to see if any confidential data is being leaked through or a large language model got access to it, right? And then you have the logs. The logs are pretty granular in nature, in the sense that it gives you details to the level of the token usage and the cost associated with each of that communication. And last but not the least, I mean, most of the folks here are pro ESG metrics, right? So you also get a score of energy usage, carbon footprint, and the cost associated with each of the prompt that you are firing. So let me just... So I'm asking the agent, it was, can you provide a schedule for the keynote speeches at the India AI Summit, right? So I think it's, okay, let me see if I can get, so currently it's not grounded, it's just talking to a large language model behind. So every agent network that we create here, by default it talks to GPT-4, but you as a user have a control, as I said, is LLM agnostic. So if you in your organization have a qualified large language model that you want this agent network to, we can. So globally, each and every agent network has access to one large language model, but the framework has the coolest capability where every leaf node agent also can be empowered with two specialized or a general purpose agents, LLMs as well. So they act as a fallback, and if you have a specialized agent like for auditing or governance or compliance, right, you want higher accuracy, you can sort of connect a specific large language model just to that leaf node agent as well. So that's sort of the, and today it's available on GitHub. It's been there for the last 5 months now. We have an active community. The GitHub repository gives you access to the code base under the Apache 2.0 license, and this framework has met the highest standard of GitHub security as well today. Right.
So that's an example of a, you have more queries to run? Yeah. So that's an example of a coordination which basically takes into account all the consideration that was discussed. And you said there's open source, right, Praveen?
Yes, it's open source.
It's open source, so everybody can use and play with it.
So here's the QR code. And if you need more, so here's the QR code that you can sort of scan. It will directly take you to the GitHub repository that we have. We encourage you to fork it, clone it, and if you like it, give us a star. And if you don't like it, let us know why. And we are here to sort of work with you on that. Yeah.
Sorry to interject. I just had a question. If you have multiple agents running at the same time, all of them have different contexts and different memories. How do you manage that in a single platform?
I mean, just some time, let's come back to it offline, but we'll get into that. We'll get into it. Right.
Great question. So that was just a demo to basically, because the audience is diverse, to show what these things look like, but this has been certified ISO 42001 and compared with this framework as well. So there's a lot of behind the scene, what Apurva was talking about has been taken into account in terms of observability, real-time monitoring, and so forth. Going back to the issues of incident and tracking incident and danger that could happen, there are examples in other areas such as aviation and nuclear power, etc. Maybe Eli can give us a view of how the other industries have dealt with these issues, because these issues today we talk about agentic autonomy. We have these issues before in other sectors. How have we dealt with them?
Absolutely. So the technology may be new, but the concept of safety, especially in safety critical industries, is not new. We have seen that before and we've solved for it. Let's take the example of aviations and drones, for example. So drones are kind of newer technology, and a lot of regulatory bodies are looking at regulating drones. And the interesting thing about looking at drones and comparing them with agents is that when you look at, let's say, the regulations that, at least in the US, aviation industry is considering for drones, it was originally based on what FAA or Federal Aviation Administration calls VLOS, meaning visual line of sight, meaning that a pilot has always is in command and they have to keep visual line of sight with the drone. So and that is how they are accountable for managing that drone. However, as the safety and as the system safety based on using AI technology develops, now the VLOS regulation is moving to beyond visual line of sight. And that means that now the safety of an AI detect and avoid system has gone above what a human can do. And based on this advantage of detect and avoid based on AI system, now the regulation is moving from a pilot has to always keep visual line of sight to beyond visual line of sight, and using that as a way to maintain safety. So drawing a comparison to agents, if you think of, when we talk about human in the loop, we are basically talking about VLOS. The human has to keep approving every step of the way that agents are taking. However, that kind of undermines the utility of the agent. Right? So as agents become safer and more reliable, similar to what detect and avoid in the aviation industry got better and better over time, we have to be moving from human in the loop to pilot in command in aviation industry. In this case, would be human in command. So human will be doing the supervision, but not in the loop approving everything that agent is supposed to do. So drawing this kind of parallels with respect to other industries that are moving from safety of human making those decisions make a lot of sense to apply to agentic AI, because similar to aviation, in this case we see that maybe keeping the human always in the loop is not the best thing. Similar to detect and avoid, there could be better safety systems that AI can provide that keeps agents even safer. But I'm not saying that applies today. I'm saying similar to other industries that moved from one side to the other, agentic AI would also move. Now we are in human in the loop, and then we have to move towards human in command.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you talked about the similarity between drones and agents and FAA as a regulation, I'm going back to the rest of the audience, the two of you, to ask a question. Is that, in your opinion, what's the balance between engineering guidelines and technical design at the core versus regulations and norms and standards, right? Because both of them are needed. We're not discussing that. But today, with what's going on with agents, in your opinion, what's the balance of that? Should be 80% engineering design and good practices, like observability, measurement, etc., or should be probably a little bit less controlled and engineering, let innovation go, but also provide a framework of certification and standards? How do you balance these two?
Yeah. So I'm having an analogy with the early days of internet, like how internet even evolved at first place. They make sure that it's not owned by individual player or anything, so it was all inclusive, and they're very much focused on solving the foundational primitives, like identity, discovery, trust, and that was in a federated system. It was never a centralized system. So in this context, like when you said, okay, so compliance, it should be heavy compliance will kind of sabotage the innovation, like how the trade-off we will do. And my opinion on that is, like we should be keep the innovation open, and that remains as a data plane, okay? But the governance has to be the control plane. So they has to build in parallel. We cannot choose one versus other. So yeah, that's my thought. Yeah,
I'm curious to hear Apesh's and Apurva's opinion on that as well.
Yeah, I think Amir, if we took some real world examples, right, there's some policies regionally that some have claimed were too early in the days and have led to unnecessary regulation. And the effects of that unnecessary regulation have compromised perhaps the innovation that could have emerged as a result. I'm not so sure whether or not I agree with that. I think, I'll let time, claim that one. But what I would say is that it really just depends what you're trying to do. If you're in early days, you're just trying to understand what is possible and the bounds within your own sandbox. You should be able to test it out and understand. You need the chance to even observe it before you can jump to a conclusion that it's something that's ready to go to market. At the same time, when you get to the proper maturation point, as my colleagues have shared, this is when regulation starts to make a little bit more sense, right? From a requirements standpoint. Policy can also function, though, in an earlier stage to begin framing. And the framing is important to know just so you have a sense of where is too far, right? But framing is different than regulation. And at a certain point, as I'm sure Purva knows as well, is that there comes a point where there's a market acceptance of what is normalized. And at that point in time, that's when the market differentiation really starts to play a role. That's when you see the major uptick. Prior to that, you're not necessarily going to see everyone buy into paying $100,000 or $150,000 to get something certified, right? The costs become a barrier to entry. But this also means that there is perhaps a different way of approaching this. I go back to the comment Amir and were speaking to earlier of the mini trust stack. In many ways, we can also consider the economic problem of how do you make it easier for startups to come into play. And one of those ways could be, let's say theoretically, but maybe some of us are working on this, is the integration of the required standards and policies baked into the fabric from the get-go. And then as you build and stage gate beyond that, what you've already done is you've bought time for those startups. You've also given a level of trust for the governments as they're playing here. And you've given regulators at least something much clearer to measure against. It's very, very difficult to ask someone to measure something and hold you accountable when they don't know what they're supposed to hold you accountable against. And it's the same problem for companies. They don't want to waste time on something that makes no sense in all this market play. So, Amir, I hope that helps answer your question, but that's my take on it.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please go ahead. Anybody wants to answer too?
Apurva, actually. In your experience...
I think Alpesh captured most of what I said, so I would save the time.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to get your perspective on how you see founders actually balancing this.
I feel like the idea is everybody's working with the certain idea of what that framework looks like. And I feel like there is not a lot of mutual tension between deploying responsibly AI and what leads to high commercial deployment. It's like if you need to be a $500 million ARR business today, you need to be able to sell into enterprises in mid-market. And those mid-market solutions are selling into either government institutions, large-scale enterprises, and all of them today have a much larger business to protect. And so if you're experimenting with a new technology that is evolving very, very fast, and if you're not able to provide for certain frameworks of those responsible guidelines, it's like, hey, I want to make sure my data is being handled well. I want to make sure my secrets are being managed in the right way. The agents have the right set of permissions and policies. Those guidelines are being, and I think today those frameworks are very individual, are localized to the company that you're trying to serve. But if you kind of distill that, those will broadly come down to like 15, 20 large principles. And most of the innovation that is happening within the bound of those 20, 25 frameworks. I think to Alpesh's point, that is going to start solidifying a lot more as the technology matures. But I think people always try and frame being responsible and commercial innovation as a trade-off. I feel like with the way the world is moving, it's not a tension, it's actually very, very aligned. And that's how even most of the board conversations happen, is because if you can't do that, you would not be able to scale.
So on that note, staying with you, Apurva, right? You talked about the trade-offs. you talked about the investment, right? If we switch gears into the economics of it, right? So when do you see the governance actually becoming a competitive advantage and not a cost burden to the organization?
To be very honest, in very early stages of the company, we have a lot of our portfolio companies at seed Series A stage start selling into enterprises day one. So if you are selling into the Cognizants of the world, or if you're selling into the Googles of the world and all of that, and a bunch of these companies today, and just how innovative they are and how fast they're moving, like day one they sell into, you know, $500,000, $1 million ARR contract into a very large enterprise. And when you're doing that, you can't do that without governance. Like SOC 2 used to be that version, SOC 2 compliance for like your old age SaaS framework there. So I feel like most of these conversations become pretty much very, very embedded in your seed series A. Like the moment the company is about to sell, if governance is not an embedded conversation in your product, it will not be a competitive edge for you in the GTM. And to be honest, I meet 100 AI companies a month. The best AI native teams today have actually embedded it so deeply that, you know, like security, it's part of their weekly operating cadence. They'll talk about the idea around evals. You know, how solid are your eval reviews? Are you doing it on a weekly basis? Are you making sure that like meeting the standards that you want to espouse serving into an enterprise customer? They're thinking about red teaming in a very solid way. They're doing very high quality post-mortem reviews if things don't work the way they are supposed to work. So I feel like governance is like security today, and those start playing out pretty much in a seed series A conversation. If you're selling into an enterprise, I feel like that conversation becomes later if you're a PLG-led business that is serving like individual creators, individual designers. I don't think if you're like trying to buy a $50 per month contract as a designer and using that to create videos, you're thinking as much about like, hey, is this meeting those governance standards that I need to? But anyone selling into a mid-market enterprise solution, this becomes a very early on conversation.
I have just a follow-up thought on that, right? So our India's digital infrastructure story, like when we built Aadhaar, we built UPI payment system, we solved the identity problem, we solved the payment problem, then we were like, okay, what about the data privacy? Then we have the DigiLocker, then we have OCDNs. Then now what is happening, that's a very important success story and very much aligned with this agentic AI, because the government took a stand saying that, hey, we are going to standardize the interfaces, okay? And what we really want to do, rest of the people or the companies, they can do any applications that they want on top of it. So that government plays a very important role in this agentic AI evolution, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. At the beginning, we talked about governing autonomy, and we discussed about autonomy, we discussed about governance to some extent, I think. What would be, in your opinion, well, there's two aspects to that question. One is it, if we count about trust, what is infrastructure for trust? Because it's so fragmented between different pieces. And then how should we think about the one single thing that would enable us to go to the right direction? Because we talked about, again, many things, but in your opinion, what would be the one single thing that we have to do today, given what you expect, what you mentioned, it's just that we need to leave innovation open, we need to experiment, we need to have some general guidelines and framing, of course. But besides that, what would be one little thing that we need to really be pushing collectively, not as individuals, but collectively, to make everybody progress, besides open sourcing it, of course?
Ellie, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I can start. Maybe one of the things that we can think about today is how can we evolve testing methods and evaluation benchmarks for multi-agent systems. And the reason I say that is that we have a paper called Distributional AGI Safety, meaning that the paper discusses the fact that AGI may not emerge as one monolithic, big, powerful system, but it may actually emerge as a lot of sub-AGI agents, specialized agents, working with each other in a multi-agent system. So we may be talking about multi-agent systems that reach AGI level capabilities. And for that to be successful, what should we be thinking about today when it arrives? So in that paper, we discussed like 4 different categories of safety, including market design, including baseline safety for each agent itself, including inter-agent communication, etc., etc. Please feel free to refer to that refer to that paper. But I think what we need to do today is making sure that we build evaluation benchmarks that are relevant to multi-agent systems. And for frontier labs that are developing these models that are core to the agents, it's important for them to, and by them I mean Google DeepMind being one of them, to report, test against these benchmarks, report transparently about the limitations, report transparently about the capabilities, and I think that is one of the goals that Google DeepMind has been pursuing, and a lot of that information is available on the website. Please feel free to read our frameworks on AGI safety as well. So I stop there.
So I just, again, follow up on that, right? One of the important factors that we're missing in a multi-agentic system, we are assuming that it's a single model agent, right? Across the multi-agent system, I'm using one LLM model. But when we extend that thought, that what will happen when I'm using models provided by different players, open source, or non-open source, like all of those models will try to, so single model responses are easy to verify. We can have the metrics or all the telemetry associated with it to verify whatever the agent is claiming. But when it goes across those boundaries, and it becomes like a multimodal system, multi-agentic system, and every single company saying that, hey, trust us, because we are, one of the thought experiments or the way we try to solve it is like, get every voice heard, meaning that let's hear from all the academia how they think about this problem, get all the LLM or the big product companies get involved in this discussion. The same thing with the system integrators and hyperscalers also participate in it. And not just them, but including the policymakers as well as the younger generation who is gonna be the agentic AI native, so how are we preparing for that? That's very important. So the problem doesn't get solved with the single model responses. So the only solution that we kind of lean towards to make it enough decentralized or enough federated system so that we can have those trust primitives across every single thing. Yeah, thank you.
I think for me, largely the thing which I think can solve a lot of it, because that kind of distills enough information to people start working from, is the idea around auditability and traceability, to be able to capture and accurate reporting in an immutable way of a lot of what is happening. And as long as there are more open source platforms that allow for a lot of those, anonymized way of auditability and traceability in the incidents that's coming to come up, I think it drives for more collective learning at a more global platform level. I don't know if there are, and this is a conversation where when we meet a lot of startups, they're actually learning a lot from talking to each other, and they keep ruing about the fact that there are not a lot of global platforms that just talk about just learnings around auditable trails of what is happening, how is it happening, where do systems fail, at what scale and level of infrastructure. And I think something that solves for just a collective platform to learn from will go a long way. It's a very innovative environment around the world and what's happening. So as long as you provide the right infrastructure for even knowing what's going wrong, I think there's a lot that can actually accelerate the learning and development there.
That's a cue for our session. Alpesh, closing remark.
Oh, I thought that was what you programmed the agentic AI to do. Yeah, so I think there's two key points I'd like to just leave everyone with. The first, Amir runs a very innovative organization called AI Commons that many of us have been a part of over the years. And really the critical nature of what they have been looking at, which very much aligned with a lot of what we were looking at as well, was the idea of having these technologies treated as a commons, a public utility. Because if you don't do that, you can't do exactly what everyone here is speaking to. Only those that have access to that can do that. And the point on education is very critical, but the point I would just read into this then is the thing to do today, we have to spend a lot more time getting rid of the jargon. Even the title of today's session isn't something that's accessible readily to the same people we're asking to make use of these technologies, right? And so a lot of the effort needs to be spent on demystifying what we're talking about and show the value of it, because if we don't do that, then you're going to have a lot of fear. And a lot of the fear is unnecessary. And I think these would be the critical things. I would also love to use your app to turn off that alarm. So maybe you can teach us later about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming.
Very special set of speakers here with us this afternoon. I'm going to keep the introductions very brief. I'll let them do the talking and let them introduce themselves to you. Without further ado, as we talk about global capital, the local advantage, India in the AI race, please join me in welcoming Sriram Vishwanathan of Celesta Capital. Sriram, can we have you up here? Also with us, Nivruti Rai of Invest India. Nivruti, thanks very much for joining us. Dipinder Saluja of Capricorn Investment Group. Sanjay Tugnet of Fairfax Digital, and Abhishek Shukla of Prosperity 7 Ventures. Thank you very much to my panel for joining me here this afternoon. Let me just set the context of what we are going to be talking about, and I would imagine that you've had plenty of conversations centered around AI in general and India in specific, in where India finds itself. Let me just throw some developments that have taken place in the last 48 hours or perhaps the last 72 hours. When we talk about capital and we talk about what's happening globally, Anthropic just raising $30 billion as a $350 billion valuation. That's the kind of capital that is sloshing around globally. Can India try and veer some of that capital to our shores is the big question. Other developments, and it doesn't necessarily only have to be money, it could be collaboration, it could be partnerships. Just this morning, we've seen Anthropic and Infosys ink a partnership, join hands together. We've seen AMD join hands with TCS. So there is a collaboration that is taking place, an ecosystem of partnerships that's also building out, and that is also going to be an important aspect to look at when we talk about how foreign investors are looking at India. Where does India find itself in the AI race? I think the question being asked ad nauseum is, who is India's AI story? I think at this point in time, it is a developing story. It's a work in progress. You will, of course, see the launch from Sarvam, the frontier model that Sarvam is going to launch tomorrow here. And that is going to be the start of India's LLM story in a way. But there is plenty else that's happening. Of course, the Indian IT services sector and their claim at this point in time is, don't write us off. We are here to play even in an AI era, and that's going to be a big one for India to make the transition and pivot to in an AI world, because that is a sector that has generated jobs. It's a sector that's generated significant forex earnings for India. How does that make the pivot, and what role can foreign capital play in that is also the question. So I'm going to now step towards my panel and get things started, but very quickly, in a minute, if each one of you could introduce yourselves, take us through the kind of portfolio investments that you're making, the assets under management at this point in time, so that this audience gets a glimpse of what interests you, the bets that you're making, and then we'll talk about the future bets on India. Sriram, I'll give you the first word.
Yeah, hi, I'm Sriram. I'm one of the founding partners of Celesta Capital. We are a Silicon Valley-based deep tech investor, but we are very active in India. We actually have an India fund. So, we were investing in chips and deep tech probably all of our career. The founders of the firm have extensive experience in deep tech. One of my partners is actually the CEO of Intel. The other partner is the guy who built Flextronics. So we come from a hardware background, and we're super excited about what's happening in India. We have over 100 companies in the portfolio. We have about 20% of our activities in India. And yeah, so we're like, we couldn't be in a better place, better time than right now, right here.
Better place, better time than India, right now, right here. Sanjay, a minute to you to start with. Fairfax Digital, how bullish are you on India? And also explain to us what the bets are that you've made so far.
Thank you, first of all, Shireen, and thank you, Sriram, for curating this panel.
You'll have to switch the mic on, I think. Yeah.
I'll start again. Thank you, Shireen, for the question, and thank you, Sriram, for curating this panel. Really glad to be here. So Fairfax Financial is a company which is headquartered in Toronto, and that's where I come from. This company was started 40 years ago by our chairman and CEO, who is a founder of the company, Mr. Prem Vatsa. He is also known as the Warren Buffett of Canada. And there are two things common between him and Prime Minister Modi. They both turned 75 last year, and they're still going. And the second thing is both are extremely bullish on the India growth story. India, Fairfax has been a very, very long-term investor, and we have done our first investment as a company called ICICI Lombard. So Lombard was Fairfax. So we came in, that was in the early 2000s, And since then, we have had a lot of success with companies both on the physical infrastructure. Bangalore Airport is one of our crown jewels. Then we have Thomas Cook. GoDigit was the first digital insurance company which got IPO'd, and that was a 3.7 billion IPO. So we are very, very bullish on India. And when you interviewed Larry Fink, he said the India era is now, and that's what Fairfax and Prem believe in. Thank you.
The India era is now, is what Larry Fink did say. Whether it's going to be an AI era or not is the question that hopefully this panel will address. Nivruti, at Invest India, you've been trying to draw foreign investors into India. At a gross level, we've seen FDI go up. Of course, we've seen a lot of outward movement of money as well, which has impacted the numbers. But how confident do you feel about the numbers picking up on FDI?
So I'm very, very confident, and just like my name suggests, Invest India, but that's only half the story. My job is to not just bring investment into India, but to ensure that the return of investment to the investor is enabled, because that's why, some hand-holding, some avoiding bumps has to happen, and that's why the government has instituted this charter on Invest India. On the FDI, I just want to say, just this last year, or the year that will finish in April. He said, Prem Vatsa turned 75. I have, with my team, enabled 75 industries to invest in India. And by the way, by the time April comes, it will amount to $6 billion. $6 billion, 75 companies, more than one per week is what we have enabled. Now, these are only industrial investors. And if you look at India's investment, about 50 billion is the new equity that came in last year, of which half was industry, half was institutional. So Invest India enabled 6 out of 25 from, if you look at last year's metric, but this year, I can assure you it's going to be much more, because last year, we enabled only $2 billion. Now, the remainder 25 is institutional investors, and what I'm trying to do now is for all the companies out here, if you have aspirations to become local suppliers to global investors, amp up, roll up your sleeves, because we are trying to bring a program called Scale Up India, where I'm partnering with guys like this on this dais, very large AUM kind of guys, to look at a fixed demand of a company, like a Swedish company coming into India to build machinery, but needs local suppliers because it doesn't want to import. I am trying to bring investment into this Indian company. On the last one, outward FDI, I think that's a good problem to have, because our companies are investing abroad. Just last year when I talked about 80 billion FDI coming into India, 30 billion went out. It was double of the last 5 years average. And why? Because we were getting manufacturing capability, we were adding IPs, we were growing TAMs, we were growing products. So it's a good problem. So net FDI needs to not be looked as the only metric. What did India gain? What is the wealth distribution? I'm looking at all of that.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Nivruti. I'll come back.
Called Capricorn, based in Palo Alto and in New York. We've been investing in deep tech for over 20 years. And as Sriram was joking, we were kind of the early Silicon Valley silicon crowd, really the silicon in Silicon Valley. We started investing in the energy transition about 20 years ago, so a lot around power electronics and the electrification of everything. Our second investment 20 years ago was Tesla. We went on to do a whole bunch of ecosystem investments in the EV ecosystem, moved on to electric airplanes, and then aerospace, rockets and satellites. One of our investments along the way was SpaceX and Planet Labs, which has done a lot of work here in India. And then over the last 10 years, we've been focused a lot on semiconductors, chips for computing, chips for networking, chips for power, more recently optical chips and next generation datacom and AI hardware infrastructure. We really think that is where the next wave of innovation has to happen, as often the software jumps ahead of the hardware infrastructure and then the hardware infrastructure has to catch up. We've also invested in India over the years, primarily around the energy infrastructure, and are now starting to look at the semiconductor and other associated spaces. Looking forward to a good discussion.
We look forward to listening to you and what you have to say about some of those trends and the innovations that you talked about. Also the big emerging trend, the possible emerging trend of data centers in space, which is the big buzzword at this point in time. Abhishek, to you first with a quick preview of your India plans, and then we'll take the conversation forward.
Absolutely. Hi everyone, my name is Abhishek Shukla. I'm the Managing Director for Prosperity 7. We are a single LP fund backed by Saudi Aramco. Aramco Ventures overall is $7.5 billion worldwide, with offices across Palo Alto, China, Europe, and now shortly in India, in Bangalore. And we invest, Prosperity 7, I'm based in Palo Alto, we invest a lot of the things which Dipinder does around silicon networking infrastructure, because there's a lot of AI build out happening, of course, in the valley, around the region, but then also in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia given the energy as well as the infrastructure needs there. In terms of India, we have an office in Bangalore. We are opening up, adding more people, and looking to invest. This would be our third and the fourth office worldwide, but we are looking to come in strong. Obviously, we've been looking at India for some time, but in terms of deep tech, in terms of AI, in terms of infrastructure, that story wasn't real up until now, which is why we feel it's a confident time for us to step in.
So I'm going to ask you when you're going to write your first India check, but I'll come back to that in just a second. Before we talk about India, let's get the global picture out of the way. And Sriram and Dipinder, I'm going to get both of you to address this issue. There's jaw-dropping numbers in terms of the AI infrastructure build-out, $600 billion and counting. The question though is, what is going to be the return on investment? Are we overbuilding? Are we heading into bubble territory? Are we already in bubble territory? Are we close to correction? Let's get the global picture out of the way, and then we'll talk about what that means for India. Sriram, starting with you.
Yeah, so look at, I think in any huge momentum in the market over the last 30, 40 years, you would see that the market actually gets ahead of itself. I mean, it corrects itself and then continues to move forward. And I think this time it is probably quite significant, because this is, if you take the .com, if you take the telecom revolution, or if you take the enterprise software revolution, each one of those waves, as it were, impacted one segment of the overall market. Now here you have a technology in the ways of artificial intelligence and deep learning and all of that, which has a potential to affect every industry in every aspect of our lives, whether it's work, play, commerce, all of it. So this time it's different. But
Is it really?
In terms of the second part of the question was where I was going to get to, where it's not that different in terms of what to expect from the market, but in terms of the core technology itself, it is very, very different. There was this whole discussion around, do you build narrow AI or general AI? And as you know, the difference between what China is doing and what the US is doing, the US is really focusing on general AI. So if you can actually build intelligence, then any problem that requires intelligence, by definition, everything does, you have a mechanism by which you can disrupt that problem, whether it's industrial, manufacturing, any of it. But China didn't take that approach. China is taking a slightly different approach. Anyway, going back to the real core of your question, which is this a bubble? I think you will find that there are certain parts of the overall ecosystem that are in the bubble territory. Already, of course. But, remember in the .com days, 90% of the market players in that time died. But out of that came multiple trillion-dollar companies. So I think this time you will see pockets of the market which will be ahead of itself and will take some correction. But core technology at the lower end of the stack, where you're building disruptive, whether it's frontier models, whether it's new generation chipsets, or Dipinder and I are actually involved in a company that's actually looking at, we can't tell you what the company is, but they're looking at a fundamentally disruptive model to how the LLMs are built today. So, you probably know about the von Neumann architecture. They're architecturally looking at something completely different,
right? So there are things that are happening which are going to be very disruptive, and I think you will see that play out over the next 5-10 years.
And that's the perfect segue to come to you, Dipinder, because the kind of money that is being thrown at the build-out at this point in time, going by the way that LLMs are being developed and the layers around that, and China is taking a very different approach and a very different cost structure as well. What are the lessons to be learned there for India? Because as we get into the race, and we're not in the race yet, as we get into the race, what do we prioritize?
So I think, I don't think there's anything unique that you have to worry about in India, but just to add to Sriram's point, one of the differences from the last time, assuming, we're talking about 25 years ago, is that this time around, we are talking about reinventing practically everything that is done in the world, practically everything we do. So it isn't anywhere near as narrow as the dot-com beginnings. And we haven't even scratched the surface on the entire physical world yet. Everybody's been focused on the models, the software side of it. In fact, almost everybody, when you meet them in San Francisco, is focused heavily on coding as the first frontier, because that's what everybody loves and does over there. So just imagine if you were to go from coding all the way to human activity outside, whether it's medicine or education or any of those large industries, and then start on the industrial side and manufacturing and the whole physical AI side. I think, autonomous vehicles are a tiny front to that. But if you can bring that to everything else that is industrial and physical, there's a huge, huge opportunity set out there. So the TAM is almost limitless right now from where we sit. The question is, are there localized bubbles? Are there too many people doing the same thing? And what the fallout there will be. But that's not different than any other situation in which people compete, and the best ones will win. And yes, there will be a lot of people who don't make it, but in the end, the consumer and the benefactors will be many.
Well, the consumer, yeah, absolutely, Abhishek. Go ahead and just to your point, the consumer is benefiting at this point in time. You've got everybody selling their stuff to Indian consumers virtually for free, and that begs the question of monetization as well. But go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add to that and dialing up the contrast a little bit. 25 years ago, when the build out was happening, there was one assumption. The assumption was we are going to build out the network and they will come. We were living at a time when there was no Uber, there was no DoorDash, no nothing. The iPhone moment hadn't arrived, and the network was built for next 20-year capacity. Contrast this with now. There is not a single GPU which stays unutilized today, even if it's the H100s or even going before that. So, while we might be talking about infrastructure build out and is there a bubble, we are still years away from people even, having enough which is needed today. We have portfolio companies such as Together AI and others. Like the demand, they cannot get hold of the demand. Of the demand, it's all limited by the supply.
And maybe just to your last point, this doesn't mean there won't be a lot of pain. This doesn't mean there won't be a lot of losers. Take the example of the whole smartphone market. Mm-hmm. All the incumbents felt a lot of pain because they did not build the product that the world wanted or needed. That did not mean there was a bubble at large. It meant there was less room for mediocrity. And so I think you'll see the same cycle where mediocrity won't get rewarded beyond a point, and that will feel like a bubble to many, but in the larger scheme of things, there's still a lot of blue sky out there.
A lot of blue sky, a lot of headroom for growth. Sanjay, go ahead.
Thank you. I think just taking on from some of the things which were mentioned by my panelists out here, as we think about what Dipinder just said right now, we are the last generation of managers in this room managing humans. We are the last generation of managers in this room managing humans. the next generation of managers will manage a hybrid workforce, which will be humans as well as digital workers. And that's what we're seeing in our companies. Now, if you take that, then the capital gets repriced. And you mentioned about ROI. In the industrial revolution, ROI meant return on investment.
Yeah.
But in the intelligence revolution, ROI means return on intelligence. And I think there are three major forces which India can benefit of when you said about global trends. And I call them the 3Ds. The first one is decarbonization. The second one is digitization. And the third one is decoupling. So if you look at starting from below, what Mark Carney said, it's the reviving of the middle order, which is where India will benefit. We've signed 5 treaties in the last few months, and we're looking at just in the EU, 100 billion coming in for the next 15 years, right? So if you look at, that is one major trend. The second is decarbonization. India is absolutely on the 2070, where there will be a lot of investments coming in, and all of these three are AI enabled. And the third one is digitization. If you look at digitization, we are much ahead of the curve. We already have the digital pack, we have Aadhaar, we have NPCI UPI. We've also built the physical infrastructure, in terms of roads, in terms of Vande Bharat and all that. Now the third, as Jensen said, AI is the new infrastructure, because data is the new oil. And I think that's where, if you look at institutionalizing intelligence in India, will be the key. And that's where, because the intelligence density is there, that's where the global capitals flow. That's the global trends are. Thank you.
I'll come back to Sriram in just a second. Let me get Nivruti in on this. Nivruti, when we talk about digital infrastructure and the government has an AI mission in place, a budget has been put aside as far as the AI mission is concerned, and it's running in parallel with the semiconductor mission, and Sriram and his team have been partnering with the government on that. Is that going to be enough, is the question. We talk about just a single company in the US spending $200 billion is the kind of money that the Indian government is putting forward. The Indian private sector, is not in the game, so to speak, at this point in time. Is it going to require the government to do much more by way of investment if we are going to be in this race?
See, I'm not going to say government is going to do and require to do more, but yes, we need to do a lot more. I'll just start with, some context setting. I was like so itching to say some numbers that, when these guys were speaking. Today, India has...
the women to come up with the numbers.
Today, India has 1.4 gigawatt of data centers. And if divide by the population, 1 watt per person. May I tell you, China has 20 watt per person, United States has 150 watts per person, and we are talking about digitalization journey. You absolutely need the data center. So that is a done deal for me, that we need to grow our data centers significantly. Now, if we grow our data centers to 6.6 gigawatt by 2030, which is more than 3xing, we will need $17 billion a year to drive that. And this is regardless of the fact that we look at the data center infrastructure build out. For 1 gigawatt, India will need close to $7 to $8 billion versus US will need something like a $12 to $13 billion minus the chips. So we are cheaper, but we need to build more. Having said that, the current plans, and I've looked at most top regions, today world has about 89, let's say 90 gigawatt, and the next 3 to 4 years we will double. If we double, to all the investors and the companies out here, I want to tell you, 50 million CPUs will be required. And this is hyperscalers. I'm not talking AI, hyperscalers are 15% AI compute. 50 million CPUs, 7 million GPUs. Now wait for the third number. 3 billion memory devices. 3 billion memory devices.
Which the world is already short of.
I want to tell you how many fabs will be required. 1 billion storage devices. Now, if I look at the capacity to meet my CPU, GPU needs for hyperscalers, I need 2 complete fabs to be working on data centers alone. And if I look at the summation capability of less than 3 nanometers, we have 5 fabs generating 40,000 wafers per month. 2 are used up for data centers. Remainder will have to take away from desktop, this, that. Now I want to tell you, how many fabs do we have for memory? Worldwide, for HBM, high bandwidth memory, that servers and GPUs need. We have 5. 40,000 capacity of wafers, and by the way, I'm calculating yield in it, good wafers. We have 5 fabs, 200,000 capacity. Need of the hour already, with just doubling, is I need 10 fabs. So out there, if you are looking at investing, please invest in memory fabs. And I'm really happy that Micron has already decided. I'm looking at SK Hynix to come and double up their capacity, because that's the need of already today. And even if I'm taking 15% kind of workload, which is AI, where US is already 50%, 2030 it will go to 71. And you know that GPU and AI workloads need tremendous amount of memory. So that's last thing.
Yes.
India does everything in a bimodal fashion. So yes, we will need sovereign, and there are companies. I don't want to be the first. Let the first be someone else. Our servants and others will follow. But the other part that a lot of you don't see is many of the GCCs, and I'm positive many of these companies also, their AI work is happening in India.
Yeah.
When Pakistan-India issue happened, the GCCs were more worried about internet stops, who will do my AI work.
Yeah.
So we are doing both.
That is a reality. The GCC story is a recognized and acknowledged reality. All companies, all global companies have got GCCs here in India. Last count 2000, a lot of the AI work is happening out of India. But Sriram, going back to Nivritti's point, and since we're talking about global capital and we're talking about local advantages, link this back to your experience, for instance, with Semicon and with the semiconductor mission. The government has just announced in the budget a 20-year tax holiday for data centers, because ostensibly, as Nivritti pointed out, that's the big opportunity that the government wants to leverage on. You've got Google that's committed $15 billion to set up in Andhra Pradesh, and many others are likely to follow. As you look at this ecosystem building out, what's the experience that you have from Semicon that you now believe we need to amplify and accelerate?
Well, when we look at it, I think the government is already doing that with the AI mission. So the amazing thing about this government is that they seem to have figured out that the velocity of commitment to a sector and the investment that goes to support that sector, they seem to have gotten to the same cadence of that velocity in their commitment. So, case in point, if you look at roads, arguably the US and the rest of the world, the developed world had fantastic infrastructure, 60 years ago. And we're now barely catching up to that. Electrification, it was shorter. Broadband, it was further shorter. Adoption of PCs, further shorter. So what you're seeing is that the country is now starting to recognize some of these key trends, and infrastructure development requires substantial commitment, federal commitment. The difference this time is that the government is actually starting to recognize that you cannot do it by yourself. And that's why I think what Nivritti is talking about in terms of public-private partnership is crucial. So the government doing RDI is really a catalyst. It's almost like an ignition, but the car has to have enough fuel to run. And that fuel has to come from private sector.
Yeah.
So that's, ideally, I think if you ask Ashwini, he will tell you this 10 billion should be able to attract another 90 billion from the private industry, which I think it will. It just will take time. But these are all things that we have to put in.
How much time? Because we are in a fairly competitive environment, a fairly competitive market. How much time will it take for the private sector to put fuel into the tank?
Well, listen, I think capital is like water. It'll go to the place where it's lowest gravity, lowest friction, and assures highest return. So if India is able to assure, the Indian market is able to assure, nobody's showing up here because, of course, our cultural heritage and everything is fantastic,
But the capitalists are not coming here for that. They are looking for a return. Give me meaningful, tangible return. Now here's the challenge. Nobody has figured out. I mean, there's this one giant company on the sucking sound in Santa Clara that's making all the margins. Nobody else has made the margin. NVIDIA, kudos to Jensen, fantastic margin. Every other participant is not making the same margin as he's making, including OpenAI, including Anthropic. Anthropic is, 10xing their revenues year on year. Kudos to Dario. Let me see the P&L. Let me see how are you making the profits? It's not happening. So the challenge for India in being able to attract investors like us is to be able to show tax policy, listing, bankruptcy laws. All of those things have to happen. It's just by throwing capital, you can't solve the problem. This is why my dear friend here, Nishit Desai, who's actually working on a lot of policy matters, you have to walk and chew gum at the same time. The Indian government has to deploy capital, has to remove bottlenecks, like for instance, you can't say, I'm going to only fund TRL4 with my money. What happens to the incubator, the coming out of an incubator in IIT Madras? It's not TRL4, it's barely starting. How do you incentivize that? These are challenges the government has to do. The good news is, this government is incredibly astute in listening to industry. And I'm hopeful that they will do the right things.
Well, speaking of doing the right things, Abhishek, what is it going to take for you to write your first check for India? What are we talking about in terms of the size of the check? And are you looking specifically at only AI stories? What kind of AI stories from India are you looking for?
Of time looking at infrastructure that capital is a tool. Productivity and employment and all of that is a completely different thing. So I think the last thing that I would say is that before, the Indian entrepreneur had numerous constraints to succeed. Lack of capital, lack of infrastructure, lack of skilled labor, all of that. And today you can truly build a one-person billion-dollar company if you come up with the right idea. And we've got 1.4 billion people. There are lots and lots of very creative, innovative people, and this is the opportunity for them to actually become true entrepreneurs, to create and really think of capital as a means to that, and not. Everybody talks about India is committing so much, but nobody's talking about how are they going to actually build more entrepreneurs and all of that. So
no, we do need to build many more entrepreneurs. Nirupti, there are a lot of open questions at this point in time. What is going to be the actual productivity uplift that we see on account of AI? What is going to be the deflationary impact of AI across different sectors? What happens to margins? Are we going to see margins expand? Are we going to see margins compress for IT services? What happens to billable hours for lawyers to accountants to consultants? I think these are all open questions at this point in time that we're all grappling for answers for. But as you look ahead, what would you say would be the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk for India?
So I know that we're running short of time.
I think
two sentences.
that was our cue that we're out of time. Yes.
2 sentences. I really loved what he said. Today we have 6 million programmers, software guys, working GCCs, doing AI for global companies. Tomorrow, 30% is what people are saying productivity increase. I believe 3x. We will have 18 million people because there will be agents. India will be an agentic marketplace, and I really believe that's one opportunity. Because the one line that I want to give to you, Shireen, for AI is, I believe AI will be pivotal for economic productivity, military power, and information control. And we are working on all 3 of them, how to make India lead in that.
Well, that is the perfect note to close this conversation. Nivruti and gentlemen, many thanks for joining us here this evening, for giving us a glimpse of what global capital is looking at when we talk about the India AI story and the India AI market, but more importantly, the opportunities that we must leverage to build out the AI story here. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Appreciate your time. One second. We need to give you a momentous.
Take a picture. I want to.
The Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras is a multidisciplinary non-profit research center positioned in the global majority. We are one among the few global institutions that specializes in both technical and policy research to ensure and enable the responsible development and deployment of AI systems. The center aims to pursue research in ethical and responsible AI and become the standard body in the country to recommend guidelines and policies to make deployable AI models and systems more accountable, explainable, and responsible. Through its work, CRI, which is the Center for Responsible AI, brings together researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and civil society to build AI systems that are not only innovative but also trustworthy and aligned with societal goals. A quick shout out to our co-organizer, Vadvani AI. Vadvani AI is a non-profit applied AI institute focused on driving social impact across the global south. Since 2018, Vadvani AI have developed over 25 AI solutions reaching 20 plus million users across healthcare, education, agriculture, and AI skilling. Today's session is on multi-stakeholder collaboration to foster AI adoption in the global south, and it's my pleasure to welcome and introduce Mr. Hemant Pandey, who is the CEO of Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras, and he's also going to be wearing the moderator's hat today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Srivatsan. It's a privilege to be here representing CRI as well as Vadvani AI. This reminds me of an instance in Seattle when 15 minutes before the session I was told that I was going to be one of the panelists because somebody didn't show up. It's not that short a notice, but I am the host today. However, the Alpan, who was supposed to be the moderator today, has been called out of town. So I'm going to be the moderator as well today, okay? I hope that day it did go well. I hope with your support, today's session, I'm pretty sure it will go well. Let's collaborate on this one. So first, let me introduce our eminent panel, okay? So we have my friend, Professor Dame Wendy Hall. She tells me, or she tells everyone, that even though Dame is a pretty coveted title, Professor comes first. Because that's the noble profession.
No,
okay.
That's not right. Dame title goes with your first name. So I'm Dame
so it's
Wendy.
closely associated with the first name. Right? So since again, this is kind of last moment, I'm going to use a cheat sheet to introduce people, okay? So, Wendy, she is DBE, FRS, yes, Regis Professor of Computer Science, Associate Vice President of International Engagements, and the Director of Web Science Institute at the University of Southampton. She became the Dame of British Empire in 2009 in the New Year's Honours List. And Dame Commander.
It's actually Dame Commander, just in case you... There's a little bit of the British Empire that I command. And as we don't have the Empire anymore, I don't know it really exists, but I'm a Dame Commander.
But nevertheless, she does have a commanding presence. So, well, I know her from my and her ACM days as well. Association for Computing Machinery. She's the advisor to the UK government and also other governments as well as United Nations. Welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Aisha Walcott-Bryant. She's senior staff research scientist and head of Google Research Africa with sites in Accra, that's Ghana, and Nairobi, Kenya. She has over a decade of experience working in Africa, and she leads teams to develop innovative technologies that leverage AI and computing to address Africa's Africa's challenges. And she drives Google Research Africa Food Security and Agricultural Research. And they are developing AI technology and tools that address food insecurity in Africa and also extending it globally. Okay. Welcome to the panel. Professor Vukosi Marifate. Vukosi is Professor of Computer Science and holds ABSA UP Chair of Data Science at the University of Pretoria. He specializes in developing machine learning, ML, and AI methods to extract insights from data with a particular focus on the intersection of AI, ML, and NLP, natural language processing. His research is dedicated to improving the methods, tools, and availability of data for local and low resource languages. As the leader of Data Science for Social Impact Research Group in Computer Science Department, Vukosi is interested in using data science to solve social challenges, which is very relevant for our session. Thank you for being with us. Safia Hussain, she is the Chief Impact Officer and co-founder of Karya. She grew up in Central Asia and has a background of humanitarian work and research. Before Karya, she co-founded 2 companies in India and worked as a research consultant for 3IE and United Nations, later at STIR Education. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And she led the monitoring and evaluation with design of some big impact research projects. Thank you very much for being here. Dr. Makaran Tapaswi is the principal ML scientist at Wadhwani AI, which is our partner for this, this panel discussion. And focuses on using AI for social good. He's also an assistant professor at CVIT, at the Computer Vision Group at IIIT Hyderabad. And at Wadhwani AI, he's developing and deploying AI solutions that create social impact in education, health, and agriculture. Welcome to the panel. And finally, Dr. Niyati Chhaya. She currently leads AI and co-founder at Hyperbots Inc. She spent a decade at Adobe Research before starting up Hyperbots as a part of their research team focused on NLP and multimodal content understanding. In addition to her industry career, she has been teaching at IIIT Hyderabad and ISB as adjunct faculty and holds several patents and publications to her credit. So as you can see, we have a very eminent panel. And before I also give the context, I'll show you why I'm saying that this is eminent and also a relevant panel for our panel discussion today on multi-stakeholder collaboration. Because as you can see from the description, we have, if not representative, but advisor to multiple governments, so working with governments, people from industry. There is one person who's with industry as well as academia, so wearing double hats, people from academia and also non-profit organizations. So we do have a very good sample here. And also another thing is that they are obviously consumers, not only creators, but consumers of product of AI right now. Okay, AI itself has become a product now. So some of them are parents, I mean various roles. A person is student all the time. So anyway, so what I wanted to bring out is that opportunity, the potential of collaborating right there in our panel itself. Okay, again, welcome to this panel. They also represent potential for collaboration across geographies, because as we said, Africa, South Africa, UK, India. Okay, so that again represents a lot of global South, except except
Perhaps
UK.
we've moved, you know, perhaps England's moved. We've
We
moved
should
away
move.
from Europe.
Yep.
And attached
Yeah,
to
very-
England.
Wendy is used to being the diversity person from the gender perspective. Now you're diversity from geography as well.
Okay. Okay. So,
I can't see you, Ravi.
So, yesterday, in one of yesterday's panels, people, that was in the context of education. So people talked about how everybody has a responsibility when it comes to AI. That may not be accountability or liability. Liability may lie with somebody, with the institution or rather the entity which institutionalizes it. But the responsibility of moral accountability lies with everybody. Okay. Now, with that, again, from the beginning, there is need for collaboration. There is need for multiple stakeholders coming together so that from the design, development up to deployment, we have collaboration which is inherent to it. Okay, so anyway, with this context, I'm going to launch into our panel, and I'm going to ask a common question. Okay, I'm going to throw a common question to all of you, and we'll go in the round robin fashion. Okay, and that question is going to be: please tell us in 2 to 3 minutes each. By the way, the timer hasn't started here. So is it because this is the last session? So can the timer be started? Yeah. So time stands still, really, for this panel. Okay. So the question that I'm going to have, and each one answers in their own way, in short, is that can you briefly summarize your work for our audience today, especially highlighting how disparate stakeholders play an integral part in developing AI solutions responsibly, and what are the challenges inherent to it? So we'll start with Wendy.
Okay. Thank you, Hemant. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi. So I think I could talk about a lot of things, but I think I should talk about the work of the UN Advisory Board, because it was a huge... my background is I'm a computer scientist, most well known for the web and the internet work I've done, and I've always used AI though throughout. But I was catapulted into AI policy by Theresa May when she was Prime Minister, and I co-wrote an AI review for the UK. So it sort of developed our national strategy for AI back in 2017. This was before the ChatGPT moment, and but we all knew it was coming. That the generative AI machine learning was coming, but we didn't know how it was going to arrive. And then there was ChatGPT moment, November 22. And that led to effectively the first one of these summits at Bletchley Park, which I was much, much smaller than this, and I was privileged to attend that. And we launched the AI Safety Institute there, but also just at that time, it was October 23, the UN announced their high-level advisory board, the AI Advisory Board, and I was hugely privileged to be on that. There were 40 of us from around the world. I mean, you can't represent the whole world with 40 people, but it was very multidisciplinary, mixed, gender diverse, but it was also very, I would say maybe half of the people there were from the Global South. I can't remember exactly, but it was very geographically diverse. We had people from China as well, which is so important. I know it's... I mean, if this conference was in China, there'd be a lot of Chinese people there, obviously, but it is Chinese New Year, and I don't think there are that many of the Chinese people here. But to me, it's so important, if we're going to talk about global governance of AI and how we get people to adopt AI, we have to have China in the conversation as much as we have to have, clearly, the US and everywhere else in the world, but the US and China. China's got to be at the table. So the UN board had 2 Chinese people on it, and it was very, very well set up in that sense. We produced our report called Governing AI for Humanity in September 24, and that was at the UN General Assembly. And in that, we focused a lot on AI for everybody. I love the phrase, by the way, we keep seeing around in India, AI stands for all-inclusive. Is that what it is? Have you seen the phrase, all-inclusive? So the report was very much about, and you're seeing the implementation of that report now, it was very much about how we get global governance of AI in a way that is all-inclusive for the whole world and not just the rich West or the rich South of China. And just a week ago, they announced one of our first recommendations was for a global scientific board, and Ravi is on it. I don't know if there's anyone else here. Are you on it? But so guys, you've got to do great service on this, okay? There's a lot riding on it, a lot of responsibility. It's hard work, by the way. And but you know, it's fun. There's a lot riding on this panel, and then there's supposed to be another one of our recommendations was a global dialogue about AI, and I think we meant that to be policymakers. I believe that will be launched, if it goes well, at the AI for Good conference in July. I'm going to more or less finish there because we can talk more about it if you want to, but to me, the UN, although potentially these days a flawed organisation, an organisation that doesn't have a lot of money, it is the only game in town when we're talking about global and inclusive of the global South and China, talking about how we make AI safe, how we make it good for humanity. Right. And so I would urge you all to follow what's going on there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the background. Aisha?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming out today for this great panel in the evening, just before dinner. I'm Aisha, so I lead our Google Research Africa team. The work that we primarily do is pioneering AI for Africa, from Africa to the world. A lot of our solutions that we develop are by African scientists and researchers or collaborators across Google Research broadly that are wanting to impact the continent. But what we've seen is much of this work has scaled. So we cover domains in climate, sustainability, health, education, and others. Much of what we do is this stakeholder partnership. I always say, for me personally, I'm thinking about my community, children, and what's the future of AI given our demographic dividend both in Africa and in India. So we're building that future, and I think a lot of this spirit comes out in our research team. Some of the core interesting aspects of the work that we do is it's kind of research innovation to product innovation to impact. And we're very, very rigorous and serious around measuring impact. It's a lot if you are a scientist. You like to play on this side, do something really creative, but if we're not able to get a path to impact, this is not the right project for us. So picking that right project is very important around scale, not just for the continent, but for the world. I'll give two examples of this multi-stakeholder collaboration and how we work. One in weather and the other in African languages, which we just launched. So our weather work, our teams work with the local Met agencies across the continent. And for many of you all, you may know that in North America and Europe, there's about 300 radar stations for weather. And in Africa, there's an order of magnitude less, about 37. And you know, we can fit North America, Europe, and many other places inside of Africa. So you can imagine the dearth of data that we have in that space. So our team was able to work and to create an innovation that leveraged satellite data and a global model that enabled us to launch a global weather nowcasting that if you land in Africa, you'll now find on search, and you'll get precipitation estimations for 5-kilometer radius. So this is where your unique context, just like in India, this is not a challenge or a barrier. This is a breakthrough or innovation. This is something that you guys can bring to the world. The second example I'll do is working with collaborators more on the data collection side. So if you think about it, languages across India, across Africa, thousands. And the way to reach AI doesn't always have to be from a keyboard, and it can't. We have literacy barriers, we have various barriers to entry. And so what is an inclusive approach? Speech. So we created a data set, well, actually through partnerships with Makerere University in Uganda, with Digital Umuganda, and a number of other partners, where it's partnership-led. They collect the language, speech, and language data in order to make it open and available to the communities. They own the data as well. What we've done is launch it as open source, 11,000 hours of ASR, that's automated speech recognition and text-to-speech on Hugging Face for you developers. And it's called Wahal NLP. Wahal is Wolof in Senegal for speak. So this is one way that it's completely partnership-driven and led, and we're using technology as a layer to amplify and reach the ecosystem and the community, especially for languages. So those are some examples of the work in collaboration.
Thank you. We'll pick up on some of the points that you said later in the question and answer. Lucas.
Yeah, okay. Nice to be here, and good evening. I wear a number of hats, but for today I'll highlight two. So on one being at the university, my big interest is on African languages and how we deal with that being represented in a lot of machine learning or natural language processing. But I think I wanted to highlight, give as a way for people to appreciate this. Is on one side you might ask and say, like, where's the data for all these languages? Africa has 2,000, 3,000 languages, and many of them, we would take them as being low resource. It doesn't mean they don't have many speakers. They do, but there might not be just this digital presence that then makes it easier for developers or other people to be able to use. If you only look at that as a technical problem, you are going to very quickly kind of run out of railway track. So you then have to look at kind of the socio-technical, and this is where now thinking about the community, the partnerships, as Aisha has actually said, and even how people actually see languages becomes very important. So one of the challenges that you have in normally small languages, or like maybe the political nature of working with language, is then what happens in terms of what the community, people are expecting on the use of a language in society. If they're not expecting it to be used in math or physics or astronomy, it limits then some of its kind of wider applicability when you think about where you're going to now build up systems. So you now have to think, who's the user at the end of the day? What is it that they're expecting, and those things. So a lot of our research at the university is trying to figure this out. So I had to break out just not being in just the computer science department, but working with African languages, working with law on how then you can think about equitable licensing as a way to give power to kind of communities. On the other side, it's been great also sitting next to Karya here. I'm one of the co-founders of Lilapa AI, an AI startup company that works on now building these kind of language technologies, but then at the end being available to businesses to enable that they can reach their stakeholders in a much better way. So there are a lot even there in working and saying how you're going to improve those systems. You have to then think about partnerships and these multi-stakeholder kind of relationships, and that's where I will then hand it over to
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, yes, thank you so much. So, I mean, I think maybe some of the work that Karya does has been introduced, but just to give a brief overview, we're an impact-focused AI and digital services company, and we work all the way from the data set, like data set collection, to annotation, all the way to evaluations. And I think I'm actually quite lucky to be flanked by two of the stakeholders that we do work with, both Lalapa and Vadwani AI. So I think for us, because we actually sit at a very interesting place. We sit almost as an intermediary between this extremely vast workforce of data collectors that I think Aisha mentioned, as well as on the other side, model builders and big tech companies. And a lot of the work that we have to do is creating a little bit of translation between these two. On the one end, because we work with a lot of low-income communities, we have to create value for the types of data that they can create, and we have to connect directly to ecosystem and model players to say, hey, you actually need to involve these people. So I think for us, and I think when I talk about collaboration, I'm going to speak a little bit at the worker level, because I think we need to increase not only the representation, but also I think the knowledge that people have about this industry and what individual humans, so even everyone in this room, you have some sort of value that you can bring to AI. But I think the question for us is, as we're working together, how do you actually make sure that you engage in that responsibly across the entire value chain? And I think the only way that we can actually crack a value chain that becomes ethical, that becomes something that we all want to participate in, is through some sort of multi-stakeholder collaboration. Because we do have a situation where, and thankfully we do have, Vadwani, we have Lalapa, that are building more in the south, but right now we do have this unequal divide of so much on the model side coming from the global north, and so much from the building side and from the data side coming from the global majority. Can we either flip that or just create a little bit of a more equitable playing field for all of us? So I think for us, the key challenge really is power dynamics. How can we change that? And how can we use systems like this, right, where we're actually able to come together to create more equity and, I think, a little bit of representation and inclusion at every level.
Thank you. You talked about equity, representation, which is very fortuitous, because the question that I'm going to ask of you later has to...
Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. And it's lovely to kind of hear from everyone before about the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration. I think, so I'm an ML scientist. I like to build models. There's a lot of joy in seeing models first fail and eventually start working. I think one of the things that I learned by joining Vadwani AI, which was briefly introduced before, was if you really want to deploy solutions for the benefit of humanity, it cannot happen with ML scientists just sitting in one place and trying to do their thing, right? So that's just does not work. So Vadwani AI, we are a non-profit organization, Applied AI Institute, that we build, develop, and deploy solutions in education, health, and agriculture. I've been working there for over a little five years, and it's been a phenomenal journey where you get to see your models actually now go out in the world and get used by people, and then they'll give you interesting feedback in terms of not necessarily model performance, because performance is not the only thing that matters, which is what you would typically expect for a machine learning scientist, but also usability, whether it's integrated well into the program itself, whether as language barriers are addressed, is it a voice interface, or does it require some form of literacy? And all of these kind of factors come into play while making sure that a product actually gets used. So I'll stop there and you can take this next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Let me bring in a very complimentary view. So I lead a finance AI startup. Everything I put out there needs to work. It needs to make my stakeholder, who is a CFO, a very conservative persona, actually use AI. So if I look at someone who is not only trying to measure impact every day, ensure that the AI is responsible, also ensure that it is working for all my customers, and then finally ensure that they're going to trust it and actually pay me money. Right? So here my stakeholders are not only your model builders or the data that is creating all of this, but it is very much this whole trust building mechanism that obviously the marketing and the sales needs to bring in, but the AI builders need to actually establish. So part of my stakeholders are these AI agents, which will ensure that the customer data is safe. The second thing is I actually need data, or every startup or everyone who is in a sensitive B2B kind of vertical space needs data to actually build the AI that works, right? Like I can't always go out to closed source models. And definitely don't have the money to build large pre-trained models. So how do I make sure that I am able to convince my customer, give me good data, kind of gift wrap it and anonymize it or make it ethical to use for training and then further train it and actually think of it in terms of monetization. I want to all the way take it to the infra folks and ensure that, hey, give me something secure that an extremely conservative persona is going to use. So everything that everyone on this panel has been talking about, impact, collaboration, data, model training, all of that is something where you are at a very small organization level, is something that you kind of need to do every day. And this has direct impact in terms of whether as an organization I will survive tomorrow or not. The last thing I would like to comment on in this context is that what is important is how do we ensure that organizations like startups collaborate with other governance organizations and have a say in building those policies, right? Because be it healthcare or fintech or education or any other, or defense for that matter, all of us are talking about AI in these fields. Having a space on the table where all the big players are actually bringing in the policy, ensuring that it is amenable to those small organizations who are trying to take this to their end customer is a kind of collaboration that I think we must nurture.
Thank you, Niyati. Well, I said round robin, but if I go by round robin fashion, then again you will be the last. And right now you have the microphone, so why don't I do this in the reverse order now? Okay. So you talked about AI, responsible AI in finance. The finance industry was one of the very early adopters, so in the 90s and things like that. But all the models, ML models, they were developed by the finance industry itself. So you alluded to some of those things, but perhaps let's drill down. What has changed now in the finance industry? How exactly are they collaborating? How we are assimilating with examples of collaboration? That's what I would like to drill down on.
Sure. So I think you nailed it. Math, finance, stats have existed. They have built their quant models and they still exist. What is new is with NLP getting useful or usable, what has happened is that the unstructured or the financial operations side, so transactional data in finance has become amenable to models using it, models generating it, models interpreting it. And that is the same data like those bills and the invoices and the simple transactional heavy manual tasks that while 90s automated planning and budgeting to some extent or quant modeling, no one touched these very dirty, shabby scans which have no regulation and they're all over the place. So that's one kind of large open space where there are even today like hundreds of people manually doing that data entry. And that is the space where your office of the CFO is starting to open up and say that, hey, can I, instead of having 200 people process 10,000 invoices for me monthly, can I have an AI agent do that for me so that if tomorrow I have 20,000 invoices, can we handle it with the same workforce? Obviously, there is cost optimization as well. One other aspect still remains is that this transactional or semi-structured finance data is still very mathematical in nature or semi-structured in nature. So it's not only the OCR and LLM on top of it, it is still very much going into those terms that accountants understand, or chartered accountants understand, or CPA understands, to further drill down and say, how can I save cost? And that is where a lot of multi-stakeholder understanding, or even on the science side, bringing in math reasoning, or bringing in a non-agentic AI kind of very traditional stochastic model is important. So it's very interesting that while agents are taking over, it seems OCR is solved, but even then your best OCR in the world will not get any invoice right, or always. So there are these nuances that where you go deeper and deeper within a domain, you learn that unless I start thinking like an accountant, I won't be able to build AI for them. So the stakeholder there becomes these non-tech professionals who are my actually customers.
So thank you for bringing out the importance of non-tech and non-finance stakeholders into the collaboration fold. Makaran, you've been, again, involved in working in healthcare, in education, in agriculture, and things like that. But the proliferation of AI has generally depended on internet bandwidth and prevalence of internet. In some of these domains, internet may not be that, fast, let's say agriculture, the consumers and things like that. So what's your view on how we circumvent that challenge?
Yeah, I think it's an important question. Much of the progress we've made since the last 5 years, I believe, is primarily because the data has been out there for everyone to scrape and build large models on. If that data doesn't exist online, I think we spoke about this with the 1,000 African languages. If that data is not on the internet, you will have to go and collect that data to build something for that society, right? So there's, from both the building perspective, which is where do you source the data from if it doesn't exist, and then from the deployment perspective, where the end user may not have access to a stable or a fast enough internet to perhaps kind of have your models run and interface with the tool. So I think both of these problems are important to address. I think the first one, there's a question of, do we need to build necessarily very large models for every language out there? Maybe not, right? Could we use multilingual LLMs essentially and then fine-tune them with with hopefully lesser data, which is sourced purposefully for that community, which we can then use to get that LLM or other models to benefit that community, right? So I think that is one way of perhaps looking at it. Essentially, if you're trying to build for a particular community, probably helps to get data from that source. The second aspect is, I think my team from the whole anthropometry project is sitting here. So I started out with this project on newborn anthropometry at Vadvani AI, which the goal is, can we take a video of a baby and then try and estimate what the weight is? Now you would think weight from vision images, that seems a little unrealistic. Turns out you can do it, or you can try and estimate it at least. And you can talk with all of my multiple stakeholders, right, who are collaborating, of course, to get that data sourced to us. The way this works is, it's not necessarily a large model that needs to kind of run on the internet or on some cloud server. We're able to compress these models, put them in the low-cost smartphones, not even iPhones or like high-end phones, just phones of 8,000 to 10,000 rupees, and have those models run offline. Right? So that serves the other purpose of, even if you're disconnected from the internet, you're able to make use of AI models that have been developed, which can then provide outputs real time and then assist in the process that would the frontline worker would otherwise do. And this can naturally extend to other domains like agriculture and education as well.
Thank you for a roadmap of addressing the challenge of what I posed to you. Okay. Safia, across the world, the data set building that you're talking about has been done by people from the global south. But the data has generally been coming from across the world, especially from global north. You talked about the need for representation, equity. How can this fact that the people who are collecting the data, they are working from global south, how can we bring in their inputs, how we can enable them?
Excellent question. Thank you so much, Hemant. So, I mean, I think as you very much called out, there are 4 countries that are kind of powerhouses of doing this type of data work. It is India, Kenya, Uganda, and the Philippines. And the reason why these countries have been the powerhouses is because English, right? These are all countries that are able to speak English. They're able to decipher the types of data that the global north needs to have deciphered. And unfortunately, there are mechanisms to unfairly pay people. And that is something that is wanted sometimes in the AI value chain, because there are a lot of models that are chasing profit. But what I think we've really seen in the past few years that I find to be very exciting is that I think the divide is closing, and I think it's specifically because of language. I think we are realizing that if you want to have AI work in the global majority, you cannot take an English view to it. You not only have to take a linguistically appropriate view, but you also have to take a culturally and contextually relevant piece of view, right? So I think, when I see the world and what we're doing, when I see this type of work in the world, there's definitely a shift into English being more of an area where expertise is needed, right? I think that will always be something that the Global South will probably contribute to, right? Doctor annotations, lawyer annotations, etc. But I think what we've really seen, and I will speak especially, I think, for India, is a real growth in a desire to build foundational models, a desire to create inclusion through speech. I think this is something we're seeing not only from the government, which, I think this year there has been an unprecedented amount of budget allocations specifically for local language data collection, which is something that's extremely exciting. There's also been budget allocation for stress testing and evaluations, which I think is something that is very new, because we are realizing that if we don't make sure that models actually fit the realities of the people that are going to use them, then there's actually no point in deploying that model. You actually won't see very high pickup, very high retention. There actually won't be safety and trust, right? So I think what's going to change, and I really do see this growing, and I think, Lilapa is a really great example of that, is that we are actually seeing so much demand growing for what does, in some ways, I'll use this term very loosely, but what does sovereign AI mean for each of these countries? How do we create true products that actually help people? So I think evaluations are going to be something that are very critical, and I think building the proper data sets. But in both of these things, what is very important, I think, for all of us to remember, and that's why we need to have good collaboration and safeguards, is that we don't become extractive. Because what I wouldn't want to happen is, in this big, desire to collect so much data, it shouldn't be that the people who are contributing to this either A, don't get to benefit from the technologies, or B, don't have some way to see that data as their own asset. And so I actually would like and encourage all of us, as we're thinking about collaboration, let's also think about ownership and how we can redefine that within the Global South, because I think we have the ability, and we're so many countries, we have so much power together. Can we change that narrative to say, what is data ownership, what is model ownership, and who actually gets to be in the room to decide how and what we build?
Thank you. With that thought, I would like to ask you, Fukusi. You talked, of course, about specific challenges of Africa, specific problems and things like that. So, as a leader in developing AI for Africans, what lessons have you gathered, and how do we address the lesson, expand those things to address the problems of overall Global South?
Yeah.
That's a very tall order. In this case, I tend to see myself as a servant as opposed to a leader in that area, in terms of just trying to understand, also as a researcher. I think, on one has been, after spending a number of years building models, collecting data, was we spent the last year or so now working on analyzing what were some of the practices that were being done across like natural language processing and African language community, specifically through Masakani. Masakani is a kind of distributed research network for African languages. And on one part, not surprisingly, one of the things that came out was if we are being extractive, you limit your long-term impact because it closes doors, it breaks trust. People don't want to interact. Whether, sure, there might be the data side, but the part I'm also very interested in, especially this year, I'm on my sabbatical year, just working on some research on thinking about evaluation. What are these kind of practices that we're doing in evaluation, and how do they really connect to what's happening kind of on the ground? So that's one of the extractive is like, being extractive and just thinking of let's go fast, it does have an impact. And I know it's visceral, right? If you're a researcher, it's like this thing where you're now questioning the decisions that you're making. I think it's worthwhile to make those questions and feel a little bit out of it in that way. The other one, just to finish, was a leap that people kind of took on saying, how do we get to creating tools that are, again, not computational, to assist either communities or people in keeping some way of control or like, of choosing whether their data, their models are going to be used. So yes, equitable licensing conversations have to happen. They are not going to be one size fits all. They're going to be very different for different communities, but we can't block them just because we're saying we're just rushing towards there has to be an LLM in every language. That doesn't necessarily need to be true. It doesn't need to be big. It doesn't need to be anything. And some communities don't want that at all. How do we get that to be part of our practice?
Thank you for giving a researcher's view for the solutions to be really applicable for the community. And talking about community, you also mentioned community in your opening remark. There seems to be a fundamental conflict in marrying cutting-edge, large-scale technology to highly localized problems in Africa. Okay. So do you see this as a conflict, or you have a more positive view, optimistic view of that?
I've been known to be very optimistic.
Let's hear the optimism.
And I appreciate my own energy. It fuels me. So I definitely don't see this as a conflict. I think complementary to what many folks discussed on stage, I'll give an example to kind of highlight that. So, with my Google hat on, we have models like Gemma, which is an open weight model. We have MedGemma, which is actually more positive, like more downloads than Gemma itself, which is trained on medical text and imagery. And then we were looking at the challenge from a healthcare perspective of how do we make that medical reality relevant to the continent of Africa. Our burdens of disease are not equally distributed around the world. And so this is actually at the hallmark of this, this collaboration. We made this data set called AfriMed QA. It is a Pan-African Q&A data set from medical institutions, more than 16 countries across Africa, I think it's 32 different disciplines. But most importantly, it's 25,000 question and answers from the African context, from those who are medically trained. And so what's key about that is as you use these types of models, you're now being able to, okay, first you might benchmark with this type of data set, but also evaluate how these large language models are representing your context. Further down the line, it could be fine-tuning or leveraging some of the open models with this data set. So that allows us to bring in our reality and our context into the technologies that are there. So that's one way that I think there's a power in leveraging those models that are openly available.
Thank
Sounds
you.
like
Thank
my
you.
time's up.
Could you stop that? I'm actually tracking time. We are well in time. I noticed that when we started, it started with 35 instead of 55. I'm not going to take that long, but I think we certainly do have at least 10 minutes. Yeah. So you have 2 minutes, though. So Wendy, as a pioneering computer scientist, as the AI revolution is unfolding, how do you address the digital divide that exists even within the global south? Your thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, I don't. I'm going to say I don't understand the question because you said as a computer scientist. Explain. Ask me again. A different way.
Yeah, you've done pioneering.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
What's the digital computer science and the digital divide? What's
Okay, let me rephrase that. As a leader, as a thought leader.
right?
Okay. So there is a divide right now. I mean, there are various challenges which are unique, and there is a digital divide. Some of them are more enabled even within Global South. So what are your views on bridging that divide?
I still don't understand the question, Hannah. I'm sorry, because what are you talking about? You're saying every country has problems where
Correct.
some people
So
understand
any commonality
people
that
don't.
you see, any commonality that you
It's
see?
not just a global south thing, is it? We have people, we have a huge problem, in Europe, certainly in the UK, about people who know, most of the people in the world do not understand AI, right? At all. Is that the digital divide you're talking about? What are you
Sure,
talking about?
that's one of the things that, but deployment of AI really becomes a challenge right now. Okay, so your thoughts on that? I mean, collaboration is one example of that. Okay.
No, I don't. I don't get. Does anyone want to answer this question? 'Cause
Anybody
I
else
just don't
would
get
like
it,
to
because-
help out here with this question? Anyway.
Well, let me just say, right, the key thing for me is that there's currently a huge con trick going on, right? We are being conned. I'm going to talk about this in my keynote tomorrow by the big tech companies, right? We're all being conned. They're saying, oh, sorry. Actually, I'll tell you, Google's my favourite, right?
There are humans in there.
Google's my favourite. But there's this huge thing about, we're going to reach AGI by the end of the year, right? That's what Dario said at Davos. We're going to reach AGI by the end of the year. Demis slowed him down a bit, okay? And said 5 to 10 years. What does AGI mean? It's a meaningless term. And this, and the world out there thinks AI is going to take their job and thinks that we're all going to be overrun by AI. And it gets very scary because people don't understand. So the key to this, and it's true for politicians and the media, as well as your average person in the street or the farm or wherever, is education, education, education. You've absolutely got to help people understand what it is we're dealing with here so that they can, lobbies maybe not the right word, local politicians or their local schools or their local universities or...
No, we'll stop.
To help people understand what this technology is and what it might do to their lives, how it might change their careers or their careers their children might aspire to, what do teachers make of it. And these people are not going to ever understand how this technology really works in terms of the mathematics behind it and that sort of detail. So we have to explain to people when this whole, I mean, the taxi driver taking me to Heathrow Airport yesterday said, how do I tell the difference between a deep fake and I don't know what's truth anymore. And we're really coming in, we've got AI slop everywhere. Can I stop?
Okay.
I'll just stop.
Thank you. So education is one of the ways of, along with collaboration, educating people on AI. And it's, again, we're talking about multi-stakeholder collaboration. Getting everybody's views while deploying AI solutions. Okay, we do have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Go ahead. Microphone, or I can give my microphone.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful panel. I had a simple question on evaluation, because a lot of you brought it up. How would you structure that evaluation? Should it be different in different contexts? Should it be different in different countries? What baseline would we follow across the world? And I ask this mainly because I'm very interested in participatory approaches to building, deployment, and evaluation, where you actually bring the lived experience of the end beneficiaries into the equation. So how would you structure evaluation and monitoring? This could be for Safia or anyone else on the panel. Thank you.
Can I just ask, what are you evaluating?
The impact of the technology.
The impact of the technology? Right.
So just to clarify, you mean impact evaluation and not AI evaluation?
Yes, that's why I wanted to ask.
Understood. Yeah, I know, because that does make quite a big difference. I think from a very impact measurement perspective, it would be very difficult given how much AI is infused to find it counterfactual. So I think that is actually quite a big question that even as an impact measurement specialist, I have as well. And just like you have in many evaluations, impact evaluations, I don't think that there is a one-size-fits-all approach. I think it really depends on what is the causal relationship you're trying to understand, right? I think already today we do see a lot of evaluations happening at the expert level, right? Is the output exactly what we want? But I think if you want to ask the social question, you have to first decide on what parameters, and I don't think you can have a mega evaluation because that's going to give you a lot of confounding answers, right? So I think we are not at a place where there is a baseline framework, and I'm also not sure that that is the future that we should be pursuing, because each technology will have its nuance, and if we don't, evaluate impact in a way that picks on those nuances, then we're actually, risking perhaps not understanding what true impact that intervention or that technology would have.
Anyone else wants to add?
Yeah, I think one big thing is going to be not conflating the two. No, from the perspective on the other side as well, that when we do have big claims of how the AI now, the way we've evaluated AI is going to now change all of these sectors and everything, because now we're getting whatever humanities last exam and now saying that means on the other side, the tide will lift all boats and everybody's going to benefit in the same way. These are not the same kind of thing. And the point is, on one side, making those big claims because of maybe the ecosystem in terms of where money flows or resources are going to flow, it does have impact in terms of, and it does hurt. Because in some places then people then say, we are not going to make the education investments because it's fine, somebody else is taking care of this. But actually that's not the reality on the social side. But then now, nobody is now going to invest in solving some of these things. So it is a very good question in terms of, let's not conflate the two, but sometimes it looks like in public that, it's the same thing, and it's not.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you for the panel. Wonderful comments. Mine, one is a reflection around, I think, impact. If you think about it from medical diagnostics, for example, like simple things like radiology, a simple small model that could fit on a cell phone that a nurse could use if the output is to catch more, infections, maybe it would be much faster. But then if the outcome you're looking for is people getting the help they need once they figure it out, that's another dimension to it. But my question, to anybody on the panel is for our future generation. So I'm a professor and I teach undergraduates, and I feel like a lot of students are not ready or are not evolving as the world is evolving really quickly. And so in terms of preparation, like what kind of, from your leadership perspective, what do you see is the shift in terms of being ready for, the unknown, right? If you think about computer science students graduating right now, they're graduating in the millions. I'm making that up, in the US, for example. So the question is, what does it look like for an undergraduate or a graduate student who's finishing right now in the current environment?
No jobs. Don't you think it's ironic that the industry that's creating all this is the one that's destroying jobs for programmers? But actually, I say that quite glibly because I don't think that is the case. We've already seen, and I think it's true in the US, a fall in the numbers of people applying for computer science because the rhetoric is we don't need programmers in the future. Actually, it's always when I'm talking.
It's a love alert.
But
we will need, because at the moment, I mean, this is another bit of the con, which is that it's not AI that's doing this. People do this with AI. At the moment, and I don't know for how long, but at the moment, AI doesn't decide what it's going to do, what programs it's going to build. I mean, that could come in the future, but it's not here now. And so we are going to need these types, but the rhetoric that gets out there very quickly is, no, we don't need any programmers. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll shut up. Let someone else say something.
I'll add to your points. I think what's really important, actually, you're training undergraduates, is teaching them as early as possible to question everything. And that means that you need to, as a computer scientist or any field that you're in, you need to separate yourself from your work. So, maybe you're going through the PhD, I was in robotics, you love your robot, it's capturing elements about the world. You really have to separate yourself from your work and think about what are the 1,000 ways this can go wrong. The interesting thing about being in robotics is that I had to think about safety first because for all sorts of reasons. So that's kind of baked into the set of algorithms that you learn first. But in general, I think there's, and it's not just for undergrad, also your children, in the similar way you talked about deepfakes, question everything. Separate yourself from the tools and techniques that you build and start to think about what are the ramifications, positive, negative, what could be some downstream impacts. And don't do it by yourself, do it collaboratively with different people.
Thank you very much for bringing in students. I think they are going to be here for some time at least, so you can connect with them later unless they are feeling, or everybody's feeling very, very hungry. But what happened towards the end is that students and fresh graduates were brought in as one big community, as a stakeholder in this. But I would like to thank all panelists for giving their views on the need for collaboration for responsible AI. Thank you very much. You want to?
Yes. It doesn't have my name. It's called speaker.
No, it's
it's only says yeah. No. She wanted to send. We're taking it.
So Ravi.
I couldn't. I was like, oh, I actually have a pen, but I'm not going to use it.
After the
Thank you.
we have a token of appreciation, so I would